Hello, friends. Welcome in. How are you all today? I hope you're all having a fantastic Friday and or Saturday. Let's see, hold on. Let me just make sure a bunch of these things are working and then we will begin. Let us see. Okay. I think that is working. Seems to be working. And I think we're good to go. Just hold on. Close that. Put this yonder. All right. Why is this dead? Hold on. Why is this broke? Hold on. That's weird. Hold on. Close my Discord. Opening it back up. Hold on. But welcome in. How are you all doing? How's your day? Do you have any fun plans this weekend? Oh, this remix is really nice. Who feels like walking down the yellow brick road? You? Me? Everyone else? Hold on, I think my Discord exploded. Hold on. Everything is broken. Everything is broken. Hold on. And then we will begin. But what have you been doing today? What have you done? What have you done? And by that I mean, what did you do today? Let's see. All right, Discord, are you working? I think you're working now. Okay. At least working. Yeah, okay, yeah, it's working now. It was like stuck. All right. Leave that there. I think we're good everywhere else. So let's go ahead and move on over. Hello, everybody. Welcome in. How's it going? Are we good on... Audio's probably fine for you guys. Let me just lower it for me a little bit. But welcome in. Adrian, you're first. Hello, how are you? Emmers, welcome in. How's it going, Sassy? Runner, how are you? What have you been up to?
Welcome, new friend. Throw on your jetpack and together.
Oh boy! Oh wait, I don't even have my water.
To new heights.
Wombat, welcome in. We know Wombat from good old Pux's stream. How are you? It's very early where you are, right? What time is it? You see, Sassy, you got your classroom finished. Excellent. Runner, then took a, worked at 2 a.m. and then took a 4-hour nap? Why did you have to work at 2? Hannah, welcome in. How are you? How's it going? How was your stream? I was actually lurking there, and you have a cam now. I somehow missed that. But I was like, there's Hannah. How's it going? But Wombat, thank you so much for subscribing.
Welcome back, Sky Pirate.
And Hannah, thank you so much for subscribing. I appreciate it for 4 months. Working on setting up my attendance and grade books, made up class list cards for fire emergency drills, made nameplates for the student desk. Nice, that's awesome. I saw the panda calendar that you posted. Looks excellent. Looks like it all worked very well. Not too early at 7:30. Never too early to chill with you. Oh, Wombat. Thank you so much. What time do you usually have to go into work? Wait, only sometimes? Have I just missed it in the past? How long have you had a cam on your stream? Also, everybody, we do have an opportunity to watch the new raid video if we get a raid, but it's only dependent on if we get a raid. Again, I think you guys are gonna hate it. I think I will love it. I think you all hate it. But it is very me, I think. So, no, I don't know if you will. You'll see. You'll all see. Exactly what I wanted. Perfect. What are you drinking? Oh, this is, so I make a white mocha every stream. Why? Because I have a sweet tooth. 2, because I need coffee, but I don't really like the bitterness of just like espresso or whatever. So I always get something a little sweet. So this is just a white mocha. But I have a nicer espresso machine now. I mean, I don't know, it is nicer. I had a really bad espresso machine in that it was not an espresso machine, but it said it was. And I ended up like a few months ago, I bought one off of like Craigslist, basically, that the person just didn't use, and it was like $50, and it's normally like 170, and so it's like it actually like tastes good. It's actually like a mocha. It has espresso in it. I think to make an espresso, I don't know actually a lot about coffee. I did work as like a barista kind of at some point, but it was more of like, it wasn't a coffee shop, but it was just like they happened to have this stuff, and so I learned how to do some of it. Anyway, to make like an espresso, the machine has to have so many bars of pressure.
To the moon and back.
Adrian, thank you so much for resubscribing and for starting a hype train. Thank you so much.
Jetpack 13 fist bump.
It has to have so many bars of pressure. It's like 9 or above. I don't remember what it is. The old machine that I had could only do 3 bars of pressure. So it was just this really weird kind of hot coffee, not really espresso. And now though, it's like actually espresso, and I love it. It looks delicious. It's very good. And this one's it's very foamy today. It's very foamy today. But it is good. When I want to really feel the diabetes, I'll make it a vanilla caramel white mocha. That's what I'll order if I'm out. Because it's expensive to have the syrups and stuff, but it is rich. For those, there are some people who do not have sweet teeth. Sweet tooths. That they complain that it's very rich, and that's fair. But I like sweet things. All right, I knew that. Yeah. No worries. I don't mind explaining it. Wombat, what have you been up to? I guess you're just starting your day, but like, what time do you have to typically go to work? What's your schedule like usually? Oh wait, you're off this week, so you don't have work. It's also your Saturday, but you might work Saturdays, I guess. I don't actually know. Oh wow. Oh man. Oh Kelt. Now that I know like the story behind that emote, it like I see it totally differently now. The mug is so cute. Thank you. This is actually I think one of the first mugs that I bought while I was here. I have a bit of a mug collection. Some of them are like nerdier mugs. One of the ones that I typically use for stream is one that says no drama llama on it and has a llama on it. But this one's one of my favorites. One, because it has like it has a large handle. That's like one of my mug criterias, is that it has, like, I'm able just to hold it with a full fist and not really have to like, where you just have to like, you can only use like, you have to pinch the handle. I don't like that. I don't really like that. I'm not skillful enough to use that. I need something where there's less of a chance that I will spill it. But typically I've been using oat milk in my coffee. I've had to kind of switch to well, I didn't have to go to full milk. Whole? No. Full? Whole milk. There's no such thing as full milk. You never go full milk. A whole milk. I don't have to go whole milk, but I have, because I've heard that's actually like what a lot of coffee shops tend to use. What was I gonna say? But because, so there's this one brand of oat milk that I buy that I feel like it's still spendier, but it's on the more reasonable side. They have been running out of it at my supermarket, and so going to any of the other oat milk options, it's like $7-8, and I'm like, who has that kind of money? So when I then go over, and then it's like normal milk is like $2 or $2-3, and I was like, okay, well, look, we're gonna do that because we ain't got time for that. I work random hour shifts, but I've taken 2 weeks off just to get back on track with study. Nice. What are you studying? Tropic Thunder Voice. You never go full milk. Yeah, that's exactly. I was like, full milk? That doesn't, no one calls it that. That's not a thing. $8 for oat milk is cray cray. Yeah, and part of that is Alaska's a little bit more expensive than a lot of places, but yeah, it's just like, no, that's not that's not gonna work out for me. So what I've been doing is, if they're out of my normal oat milk, I'll go for like the whole milk, because it's like small or whatever. But we missed the train, but that's okay, friends. Thank you so much for subscribing. By the way, it is September. And so new subs get discounts. There's also, if you are upgrading your sub, so if you're like, if you are, what's the word? Yimit, welcome in. How are you? How's it going? If you are like upgrading it from a tier 1 to tier 2 or tier 3, there's like discounts there or whatever. There are no discounts for gifted subs until the end of the month. The 26th and 27th is when it starts. So it'll be like 26th in the US, 27th in like Australia. But yeah, so it is September now. Welcome to September. I did IT in the Army, so just doing some cybersecurity. Whoa, for something a bit different. Dang, that's cool. That's dope. That's awesome.
Is this a murder? Why am I hearing yes?
Doing good. Got through my first week back at work since surgery. How did it go? How did it go, Yimit? Also, it's almost October, which means I feel like we need to bring back, Paranormal Home Inspectors. I think we need to watch some more of those episodes. Is this a murder? Why am I hearing yes? Happy spring season from Oz. Happy spring to you, Adrian. We're starting to get cooler here. I think next week we're gonna be like the lows in the 40s, 40 Fahrenheit, which, by the way, for the people who don't know, we do have F2C 40. It was like 45. I think next week we've got the low is going to be about 45, so about 7 Celsius for those in not Fahrenheit. I'm ready for some cold weather. I love how y'all are so big on spoopy Halloween things. I am not actually very big into Halloween. One, because I get scared very easily, and I can't. And my heart can't take it. But and actually, typically, if you've been around Twitch for a bit, you know that a lot of streamers do Spooktober. We don't really do Spooktober because, again, I don't really play spooky games. So we usually do something else. So we'll probably have something else going on, but I don't really know what it is at this point. But I just like cold stuff. But there is, so there's a show called Paranormal Home Inspectors that ran for a season. It's very bad. And we watched a few episodes last year, I think it was. And we didn't finish the season, and so we should watch some more. But it's basically the conceit of the show is that, you know, like those paranormal shows where it's like, oh, so and so says this house is haunted. We're gonna just go inspect and like crazy things happen or whatever. Well, this is Paranormal Home Inspectors, and so the show is broken up into sections, and the first section, after they like introduce the house and the people, and the people explain, weird things happen, the doors open up, or like we hear noises, blah 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 blah. The first segment is a home inspector who is not like a paranormal person, like is just there for, like, I think he is currently the head of home inspection now in one of the territories in Canada. Like, he was just there purely because he was a home inspector. He goes through and debunks everything that the people say, and it's always like, your door hinges are not installed correctly, or there's mold and like warping in the wood, or like all of these things. I think one of it was like they were talking about like flickering lights and all this stuff. He went and like checked, and they had like their internet modem router thing like draped over electrical cables and like all this other like just really awful stuff. So he goes through and he like just starts checking things off the list, which, if you imagine what like a show like that is trying to do, they're trying to scare you, but the first thing they do is just have somebody say, no, this is all very explainable. But then the next segment is they get Nadine, who was I forget what her title was, but she was essentially like a psychic type person, or like not a psychic, this is the dress of the little ghost girl. That's a dish rag. Kind of. Anyone else hearing Kermit's voice during the Rainbow Connection? Same, yes. She was a Nadine, but she had some connection to the spiritual world, supposedly, and she would then walk through the house and then basically try to confirm everything that the person was saying. But there was always a little bit more showmanship that she provided than was needed. Brian, who was the home inspector, did not provide any showmanship. Again, he was just there very seriously, just doing his job. Nadine, though, was like, in the first couple of episodes, she would just kind of confirm what the person said, like, yes, there is a ghost here. And then she might kind of freak out a little bit. They also do a segment typically where it's like at night and they're using night vision and all that sort of stuff. But as the like episodes progress, she like kind of went out of control. I think she started to like, it would then turn into like, you know, the homeowners are like, we think there's a ghost of a boy. And she's like, there is a ghost of a boy. Also, his entire family is here. So there's actually 5 ghosts in this house. And then it's like, wait, how did we get from here to there? But there is, so Yimit, when his first, so we have a point redeem for the first time you chat, like a noise plays. His line is from one of the episodes where there was like, it's kind of typical thing, I think, where they were like, yeah, we think there might be a ghost or whatever. And she starts like, so when it's Nadine's turn, she starts going on like trying to contact the ghost. And then at some point she's like, she's like, are you there? She's like sitting at a kitchen table. She's like, are you there? Was there a murder? 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 Was there why am I hearing yes? And it's just like, she says it so fast, and like, there was like no signs of that, I think, even initially, but she just kind of went off the rails, providing her own fiction. And it's just, and so then what they do though at the end is they take Brian's suggestions and Nadine's suggestions, and they go to the homeowners and they say, this is what Brian said. He thinks it's because, I think at one point it was like, we hear noises, and it's like, there's a raccoon in your wall. and then they're like, Nadine says that it's legitimately ghosts. Which do you believe? Generally, the homeowners tend to side with Nadine, which is funny, I think, but it makes sense. They're probably kind of predisposed to believing that it is ghosts, because they went to a ghost show to say, I think our home is haunted. So anyway, but it is kind of hilarious to watch it. And we watched like 3 or 4 episodes, and I think there's only 8, so we should just finish it this October. Brian never gets invited to work parties. He doesn't, or probably, but he was honestly the star of the show to me. Though what was weird, again, so I explained all of that. You probably imagined any of these different people like Brian or Nadine. There's also another host who's kind of serves as like the connection point between all these segments. There are like 3 hosts and a narrator. You probably imagine, as I was explaining them, maybe there was some interaction between any of them. There isn't. You never see any of the people together. Well, they're in the intro, but I don't even think they're standing next to each other at any point. So it's a very separate and disparate. I can't wait to watch it. Yeah, it's a very disparate thing happening where it's just it's so bad, but it's so good. There's just something about it that's so good. Brian, in my opinion, is the star of the show. I can't remember. In like the first episode, I do recall that there was a part where I think this is what it was. The homeowner said that sometimes on the walls they can see like writing or symbols on the walls, and it only happens sometimes. Brian said, I think that it was different types of paint being used on the walls, and so it was like some of it was more matte, some of it was glossy, and they had just like continued to paint over stuff, and so it was this weird kind of mix. It was like, if you look closely, it's just different types of paint, and it's like when you look at it at certain angles and the light reflection, you could say it kind of looks like symbols or something. Nadine is like, oh my gosh, the symbols. she's like, oh, I can't remember what her like thought process was, but she kind of said like 3 random words, and it was like, she's like trying to decipher the symbols, and at some point she's like, it's hieroglyphics. And I think this show takes place in Canada, and so it was like a 1960s style show, style home, maybe, or maybe newer than that, maybe 1980s. So it was just like, hieroglyphics? Nadine, please calm down. Or he does get invited as the entertainment for the others, maybe. There's a ghost in this box. Try to reach communication with us. That's the ice cream machine. We're trying to make snow cones. Yeah, gosh. I mean, everyone needs a Brian, to be honest, to kind of just keep you honest. Just to kind of, keep us all grounded and rooted. I don't know. I can be a Brian sometimes, I think. Gosh, it's such a fun show. We really should watch it. I think, when does Super Mario RPG come out? The remake? Is that November or? I keep forgetting. Oh, and also, I don't know I think I missed this. You had a long and very sore week. I hope you feel better, Yemit. I think I missed that. Super Mario RPG is November 17th. Okay. I'll have to figure something else out for October. He keeps everyone in check, he does. But he's now, like, legitimately, like, the head of all home inspection in one of the territories in Canada. So he's, like, he's doing well. He did his job well, I guess. So, but I think that's so funny to me. But gosh. Well, what's going on with you guys? Anything fun? Anything exciting? Anything cool? Last night I was modding for Iron Pucks, that's where we met Wombat. Wombat is another Aussie, by the way. I didn't mention that. I usually mention that to people whenever we get an Aussie, and I'm like, somehow I have found another. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, I was modding for Pucks. He was playing Starfield. Looks okay. Recruit the Aussies. I'm trying. I am trying. There's a very special place in my heart for pretty much all Aussies. I just want to be their friends. But Starfield looks all right? Question mark. Maybe I need to see more of it, but it looks okay. I feel like I think I was maybe expecting more. Very interested to hear what you think of it. Your heart is shaped like Australia. That's probably true. It's probably true. My doctors are concerned. I mean, it wasn't very gripping from what I saw. Okay, so one of the things that people have said thus far is that it is very slow at the beginning and it picks up later. You may want to get that checked, yeah. One of my favorite jokes to say is, I have a big heart. And, hold on. What's it? What is that called? Hold on, I'm ruining my own joke. Okay, yeah. This joke is probably not gonna land already, but I usually say I have a joke where it's like, I have a big heart. My doctors call it cardiomegaly and say it's very serious, but because that's an enlarged heart and not just like a big heart, which is, it's different. it's a medical jokes. Anyways, you guys can use that one next time you go to the doctor, I guess. I don't know. So so a lot of people said that it starts off slow, it gets better as it progresses, which maybe that's true. I would say I feel facepalm. I feel like, so Skyrim throws you into the action at the very beginning, not to compare the two, but to compare the two. Skyrim throws you into the action and you're pretty much in control of where you want to go very soon after that. There are some things that you probably kind of it's better to follow along, like going down the path and choosing the three options that it gives you kind of towards the beginning. But like, you kind of have, I feel like you feel like you're in the game. Watching Pucks play, there's a lot of like hand-holding in terms of like, or not hand-holding. It feels like you're on rails for most of the part that he had been playing. I think at some point towards the end of his stream, he got to a part where he could kind of choose which missions he wanted to do, maybe in like what order. But it just felt like you were kind of in this box that you can really get out of. One thing that I noticed while he was playing, and I have now seen more people say today, I actually screenshotted somebody's comment. I was going to send it to him later. But they were like, I feel like I'm almost just playing like a loading screen simulator type game. Like I don't feel that I'm playing an open world game because you basically have to, anytime you want to go somewhere, you have to go through a couple of cutscenes, or you go to your ship and then you go to your ship and fast travel to a location. And they were like, it'd be like the equivalent of if you've played Skyrim, only being in Whiterun, doing a bunch of missions there, then when you want to leave Whiterun, getting your horse out of the stable, and then accessing like a fast travel menu from your horse. And I was like, that's a really interesting way to put that, and I kind of understand what they mean by that. Same with Fallout 3 and 4. It's very immersive from the get-go. I've actually never played a Fallout game. I've seen like lots of videos on like people explaining the lore and stuff of the games, but I've never played one. But I was kind of curious about that because it seems odd, and what's kind of interesting to me is that a lot of people are obviously, even when it was announced and like we got to kind of see things, people were comparing it to No Man's Sky, which I realize No Man's Sky, it has a story. It is very optional for the most part. And you don't really you can do like quests and missions, but it's not like an RPG. It's more of like a space sim survival type game, or an exploration game. You kind of make your own sort of objectives and fun or whatever. But I find it so interesting that they did not want to do like what No Man's Sky does, where you can like fly your plane into a planet, like space to atmosphere travel. I find that so interesting. I feel like if you could feel like you were really just like able to fly through space or whatever, I think that would be, it would feel more open world-ish that way, open universe. It's Skyrim, but in the future. Yeah, it seems really, I mean, like, I will say the models look really good, like the character models, and the stylizing of everything looks really cool. Sorry, Fallout. Oh, Fallout is Skyrim in the, oh, really? Oh, that's an interesting way to put that. I didn't realize that. It seems like a really interesting concept. I was watching, what are those called? Like an iceberg style videos. Have you guys ever watched like what do they call them? Like mystery icebergs, where it's like all the questions we don't have answers to, but let's look at it. I watched like literally 3 hours, like some deep dive. I've never played a Fallout game, but I like learned so much about random cults, I guess, that are in the game, or like different random things that have happened. And I was like, oh, this is very fascinating. But anyway, yeah, I think so. Like the character models and like the quality in terms of like how it looks, I think is very well done. The gameplay, I would say, did not really grip me or make me think I should buy that. You know? Bruised, welcome in. How are you? Whereas like, so I already own Cyberpunk, but I've never played it. Cause I bought it when I had a PlayStation 4 only, and I heard that it ran terribly on it, so I just never, I still have it in the shrink wrap. I never removed it from it. But watching Pucks play Cyberpunk made me want to try it out, and finally give it a shot on my PS5. But watching Starfield, I was like, you should wait till the big patch. Oh, for Cyberpunk? Because, well, isn't the DLC is like paid, right? It's not like a free DLC. So would I be even able to get that update? Cyberpunk looks so good. Yeah, it actually looked very fun. Like the combat looked very fun. I still think it's probably not like, so there is DLC, also a huge update. Okay, well then I'll wait. I will say, I feel like my expectations for it are going to be probably a little low. I've heard there's some things that they just won't be able to really fix, and maybe the new update will fix some of those things. But I've heard some initially people were like, they're never going to be able to fix this aspect of the game. For example, at the beginning you choose like a background. I've heard it like it is essentially it is, this is not the word I was going to use, but it's unnecessary. Like, it doesn't really affect anything. You might have a few different dialogue options, but like, that's kind of rare. And even then, it doesn't really change anything. And so it's like, okay, nothing about that is ever going to change, really. Unless for some reason the DLC really like and did something there, but that, you know, I don't know, I doubt it. But I will say it looked really fun. The combat looked fun. I agree with Pux's examination that the like the gunplay in Cyberpunk excuse me, is very like punchy. It feels very impactful. The pistols and stuff that he was using, it like felt like it every time he shot, it felt like there was like a bit of like force behind it. But watching him play Starfield, it was just kind of, I think he described it like when you shoot, it's like there's no recoil really. It's just it just feels like very ineffective. I also felt like he was landing a lot of shots, but their health, but it would take like 10, 12 shots for somebody to go down. And I was like, that seems like a lot for a pistol. So I don't know. There's just I don't know. I was like kind of interested in Starfield. I wasn't. And then I heard a bit more. I was like, oh, maybe I am a little interested. But then actually seeing it, I was like, maybe not. Maybe not. I still would love to make a character though. That's the one thing is I wish I could just have, I wish they would upload like demos of just the character creators of some of these games, because I would play with that for forever. Like if there was just a Baldur's Gate 3 character creator, would use that. If there was just a Starfield character creator, would just use that. I just would want to make some characters, even if I never got to play them. But I don't know. I think he said that he might be playing some more, either if he does stream tonight, maybe, or next week he might. But I'd be interested to see some more, to see if it actually like feels like a good game. Another complaint that I had is I feel like the space combat felt very slow, which maybe they were going just for a different style or for something maybe more realistic or something. But in like No Man's Sky, which we've streamed, but if you haven't played it, when you're like turning your ship and stuff, you're like so fast. Granted, it's like maybe more alien futuristic than it is like supposed to be like Earth people have like, you know, advanced to the stars. And so like when you're in combat though, it's like super fast. You can when you're turning your ship or whatever, it's very fast. This was like he'd be shooting at the enemy and they would go past him, and then like you'd have to like just kind of like slowly start to like angle your ship in a direction, and then you could kind of see that like in the distance the enemy was kind of doing the same. They had to do like a loop to sort of turn around, and I was like, I mean, I guess at least the enemy also has to do it, but that doesn't seem as fun. I felt the exact same. I was very keen to play, but now probably won't purchase it. Yeah. I am interested because, my interest is piqued in that all of the reviews for the game are super high. like very high. I wonder if part of that is just general reviewer hype. The fact that it's, you know, Bethesda and, you know, I don't know. I would imagine not a lot of the main reviewers want to be the person who's like, actually, I didn't really like Starfield. I didn't like Bethesda's new game that everyone is super hyped about. I can imagine that kind of plays a part in it. But I'm starting to see more user reviews where people are like, I don't really like this. Let me see. Where was that? Yeah, this person on Reddit said, okay, this is the title of the post. It's Starfield feels like it's regressed from other Bethesda games. And for the record, if you're playing Starfield and you like it, like, that's totally great. I'm not trying to, like, say this game is bad. But I will say it because I'm reading a post. But they said, I tried liking it, but the constant loading in space environments translates poorly compared to games like Skyrim and Fallout. With Skyrim and Fallout, you feel like you're in this world and can walk anywhere you want. With Starfield, I feel like I'm contained in a new box every 5 minutes. The game isn't open world. It handles the map worse than Skyrim or Fallout 4. With those games, you could walk everywhere. Starfield is just constant stream of teleporting where you have to be and cranking out missions. It's like trying to exit Whiterun in Skyrim, then fast traveling to the open world. Then in the open world, you walk to your horse, go through a menu, and now you can fast travel on your horse in a cutscene to Solitude. The feeling of constantly being contained and limited, almost as if I'm playing a linear single-player game, is just not pleasant at all. We went from open-world RPGs to fast travel simulators. I'm not asking for a space sim, I'm asking for a game as big as this to not feel 1 mile long and 1 inch deep when it comes to exploration. I was like, that is very well written, I think. And I think I could feel that by just watching it. So I was not very impressed necessarily by the gameplay. Obviously we have fun with pucks regardless. So that's why I was there mostly. Though it was interesting to at least kind of get a feel for it and to see the cube food. I will say that's a positive. The positive that everything is chunks and it's all cubed food. I like that. There's something about that. Also, again, and his character is hilarious. And I will say the game has one of my favorite voice actors in it, and he does a great job, and he has an amazing voice. So like, there are some things that I feel like are probably very well done. I think one thing that I have seen sort of across the board is that the NPCs that are like main character NPCs, I've heard people say that the voices are very good, the characters are fleshed out, but I suppose if you are not like playing the game for that, if you wanted more of an open world kind of experience, then maybe that's like not gonna really matter. Maybe that's very well articulated, and from what I saw, I do think that fits. Yeah, because like even when Pucks was trying to he was trying to sell some items that he had, he kept on having to go to these different parts of the same city via like a rail, and he just kept having to go through cutscenes every time he was just trying to get to like the commerce section of the town or whatever. Whereas like, I imagine how cool it would be if it was like maybe something like Cyberpunk, just comparing cities, where you're in one part of the city and then you just walk to the other and there's like stuff along the way or NPCs or whatever, instead of just having to like get on a rail. Now you're in a cutscene. Now it takes you to this new map or whatever. We love Pucks. Pucks is he's just amazing. If you guys don't know Pucks, which you should, I don't know. I mean, if you're here, you're either you never listen to me or something. That would be the only reason why you have not followed Pucks at this point, or you don't believe me, in which case, why not? What's the deal? Explain yourself. But yeah, Pucks is just a wonderful human. have to be careful because if I start, I won't be able to stop. But he's a wonderful human. By the way, we will be getting into a game today. We're going to continue Puzzle Agent, which we started yesterday. The puzzles in that game are very fun. The art style is very fun. Pux is top tier. Absolutely. 100%. 1000%. We chatted a little bit after his stream yesterday. Goodness. He's just so cool. Gosh. What was I gonna say? Anyway, yeah, I don't know what else to really say about Starfield besides like I'm down to see more of it and be proven wrong. Love to be proven wrong. Yeah, my first impression of it was not like, ooh, I really want to play this. Whereas like I think the first time I saw Skyrim, the fact that like early on you could get like a sword and then you could also get like some magic or something, I was like, that's dope. And then when I saw that you could dual wield magic, I'm like, that's super dope. I want to play more of that. And so I think there wasn't much about the gameplay in Starfield that I was like, yes, that's what I want to spend my money on, because also it's a very expensive game. You're both so wholesome. I feel like I don't know. I don't know. I try to be genuine. I think that's an earnest and overly I don't try to be overly emotional. I just am. And so I can't contain it. Bethesda peaked at Skyrim. They might have. Kind of, and gosh, it's okay, so two things. One, they just announced that Elder Scrolls 6 is now in early development. So I was like, sweet, see you guys in like 8 years for that. Two, I did mention to Pux, I mentioned this to Pux because of his penchant for not finishing games. But it's now kind of worse in retrospect, thinking about like how the starting part of the game did not feel great. But one of the devs of Starfield said, what was it? Like, the game doesn't really begin until 130 hours into the game. Some people might hear that and say, oh, that means there's like a lot of content. For me, I was like, what? That doesn't sound right. That doesn't sound good. Did you hear that Twitch is removing moments? I did. And I'm kind of mad about it. Because we never got it. I'm sorry, what? Yeah, so one of the devs, there's an article, if you search for 130 hours of Starfield, the dev said, the game doesn't really start until 130 hours in. Why? I don't really know what the reasoning is. I think part of it is that there are no caps. There's no level caps on the game. So like you can just continually level up. And so like, maybe it's like, by that point you kind of have like a full, like all of the skill trees are full or something, or maybe you're at that point where then you can start investing into like everything. I really don't know. I don't know how long it takes to Pux in just a couple of hours, because again he was playing and then talking, or he would like stop to just chat. And so like in just a few hours of gameplay he reached level like 8 or 9, and so he got, you know, as many skill points. And I guess, I mean, the skill trees do seem kind of advanced, but that's like read a book and the first 300 pages contain 0 plot. Yeah, I was like, what does that mean? That is a lot of hours to just shell out. Yeah, especially considering like, there's so many games that are coming out. You have such little time. You have to really be mindful of what games you choose, kind of, where you'll just never finish anything. Yeah, hearing that also does not entice me to play, because it's like I don't want to commit 130 hours to play this game. Playing Persona 5, I've played it twice, once by myself, the second time with a friend. My playthrough took like 90 hours. Playing with my friend took 110. And like, that's like so much. It was like so much to get to that point. And granted, that's like two very different games. It doesn't necessarily, Persona doesn't necessarily feel like that because it's like very story rich. The action, like the gameplay is very fun. It's a very stylized, cool game. I don't know if like someone told me that about like Tears of the Kingdom, and they were like, yeah, you have to play about 130 hours to really like get into the game. That would be like, no sir. No thank you. You have to find all 900 Korok seeds really before the game gets good. That's like, no please. It's like, come to our restaurant, the food only gets better at dessert. Ugh. So yeah, I don't know. I think maybe they were trying to make that sound like a good thing. Like, there's so much you can do. You can keep playing it. Like, you know, a lot of people.
Jetpack to the moon.
Gizmo! Oh, it did. It's on. One, there's like a weird delay now on the thing. But I was like waiting for your intro sound to play. It doesn't count as a thing. But Gizmo, thank you so much for the 2 years.
In the mysterious land of Toronto, Canada.
Gizmo, how are you? They're making a Back to Future Power Wash DLC? No way. That's awesome. Gizmo, 2 years ago, we met. Well, in September. It's later in September. But so in about 2 years ago, we met. Also, the One Piece live action is good. I've heard a couple of people say that. I've not watched the anime, so I don't really have as much investment in it. I was gonna ask you, Emmers, have you watched it? People are saying that it's good. Also, what is the clown? Who is the clown character in One Piece? Maybe it starts with the B? Buddy? Bucky? Buggy. Supposedly, there's a lot of internet discourse on whether Buggy is hot or not. Apparently, that's been a part of the discourse for the anime and manga, I guess, for a very long time. And there was like a TikTok for somebody, this guy was like, I'm so glad that the live action is finally gonna silence all of the people who keep saying that Buggy is like a really hot character. Can't wait for all these people to be proven wrong. And then he stitched himself, so he then like added a response to it where he's just like, I give up. So I don't really know much about. Haven't seen the character, but apparently the internet is abuzz with Buggy, so I don't even know. I've watched the first 2 episodes and it's actually good in my opinion. Crazy. So so Cowboy Bebop was just then that was just a personal attack on me is what's happening. Netflix just wanted to say, no, your favorite anime? No. I've not watched it yet. Yeah, apparently people are saying it's good. I was looking at a Steam stream to see how many hours I have. Oh, no, I was looking at Steam. I can read. To see how many hours I have in the game. It's 130, by the way, and saw that they posted a notice about it along with the Muckingham Files update. I did see that. I think one of them is paid, and it might be the Muckingham Files. Well, no, or maybe, I don't know. SpongeBob is paid, so I don't have that. I know they said there was going to be another update that was going to be like a paid one. So I wonder which one it is. But we still need to finish the main game. I still haven't gotten to any of the DLCs yet. I also watched the first episode of the anime. I thought the live action adapted very well. Oh, have you watched the anime before, Gizmo? The anime? Nope. Yeah, I only watched the first episode. And then I think when I heard that there was like 8 billion hours. I said, maybe not. By the way, Gizmo, did you pick up Starfield? Muckingham is free. I'm downloading it now. Maybe Back to the Future. That kind of makes sense. Because if SpongeBob was paid, maybe that one would be as well. Maybe it's because SpongeBob is also owned by... They're both like TV or movie properties versus Final Fantasy VII and Lara Croft are video game properties, which are both owned by Square, which Square Enix is helping publish, I think. Power Wash Sim. So maybe that's why those were free. I don't know. I have it on Game Pass, but it won't be available until the actual release. Okay. Have you heard much about it? We were just talking about it. Because I was watching Pucks play it last night. Oh, also Gizmo. So the other day, I think, watch your friend play it and I'm excited. Okay, good. Okay. They aren't giving away more info yet. Just, yeah, okay, that makes to not break the space-time continuum. That makes sense. RIP, my Baldur's Gate 3 playthrough, going to be on hold forever. I was not super impressed by what I saw, but I don't know. That could just be me. I was sort of like, I kind of started to get interested in Starfield when I heard a bunch of things, and then when I was watching the gameplay, I was like, oh, actually maybe not. Maybe not. So I don't know. But I hope it is great. I was gonna mention though, the other day on your stream, I think you were showing off your Anamanaguchi vinyls, and you brought out the redone Scott Pilgrim versus the World vinyl that came out like a couple years ago, where it's like, yeah. It's like, it's blue. I think it's blue. Has all the characters on the back, and there's like Anamanaguchi's on there too. And I think I said, oh, I never picked that up. Or I'm like, I really wish I would have picked that up or whatever. So I was looking for something. There's a package that I have not opened because it's an art print. It's actually an art print of Fuse from Apex that I got signed from the voice actor. And I can't find it. I don't know where it is, but I was looking for it, and I found this other box, and I realized that the box was sealed. And I was like, what is this? I don't know what this is. And I opened it up, and it's that vinyl and the shirt combo that came with it. And I was like, what? What? I was like, when did I order this? How did I bring it in and not like, how did I not open it? What? It's literally just been sitting by my couch for whenever that came out. I had just set it off to the side. I think there was like another box at the top of it, and I just never touched it again. That's awesome. Yeah, so it's just been sitting there. But it was like a surprise birthday present to myself. Even though my birthday's in January. It was like a little gift from past Jet. Yeah, a surprise to my future self. Yeah, it really was. I honestly, though, I really want to find my art print of Fuse, because I set up some shelves. It's just kind of blank, kind of to the right of it, and I was like, oh, that could go right there. I think that'd be dope. But like all good surprises, it was forgotten about. But what have you been up to, Gizmo? How are all the games? How's all the fun stuff? I'm hoping that one day, guys, you will be able to see the raid video. I don't know if it'll be today or on Monday or later next week, but I really hope at some point you guys get to see it. Because again, I think it's very good. I think you guys are all gonna hate it. But you will see. Gaming, getting ready to watch the finale of The Last Airbender. That's awesome. That's right, you've never watched it before. That's how many birthday gifts, wait. That's how many birthday gifts become Christmas ones and vice versa. I love it. That's actually like the Eastward vinyl that I bought wasn't a surprise. It became a surprise because it had gotten delayed, and I guess I just missed the email that it got delayed, and enough time passed that I just forgot that I ordered it. And so then I just got an email one day that was like, your vinyl's on the way. And I was like, what? Did I order a vinyl? It's weird. Actually, though. What? It's free. I got a free vinyl, basically. How are you enjoying Avatar? Because this is your first time going through the show, right? And at least getting to the end. I was like when Gucci finally came to Toronto after the 2-year delay from the pandemic. Oh yeah, that's right. Because you had tickets for all that time, right? Also, are you going to the LA show? I had a Christmas gift for my niece that I put somewhere safe, forgot about, and found again right before her birthday. I love that. It's perfect. Just gonna start buying gifts for people and then hiding them. I thought book 1 was meh, but good for our kids show. Book 2 was really good in world building. Book 3 has been great. My favorite episode is probably Stories of Ba Sing Se, and I will weep every time in that episode. I will cry every time. I keep forgetting to plan the LA trip and see if it's worth. I may just do it. You should do it, Gizmo. That'd be so fun. Go see them again. And also, they're like hinting at something. They've been hinting at something, Gizmo. You may even know what it is, but they're like, it's gonna be a big show, wink wink, on one of their like Instagram stories. They're like, something big might be happening. I wonder if they're gonna like, I wonder if they're either gonna preview some of the show early, or if there's gonna be like some other thing there. I don't really know, but they were like hinting at kind of like a, if you can get to the show, you don't want to miss it. That kind of deal. Love that episode. Yeah, it's a very good episode. But Iroh is my favorite character in Avatar. I actually did not like him initially. I didn't really like a lot of the Fire Nation people, to be honest. I honestly still don't. I'm not a Zuko fan. I think he's like okay, but I don't really like Zuko. But he has I mean, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. But Iroh, like, I think initially I didn't like him, and then by the end of the first book, I was like, oh, Iroh's great. He's actually great. I really like him. But when, gosh, I think Stories of Ba Sing Se is book 2, pretty sure, season 2, and gosh, like, what an emotional episode. Like, I don't know, gosh, if you can like watch that episode and your heart not break during his like segment, I can't. Like, I don't know how you could do that, because it's just, gosh. I'll watch it later by myself and cry. I feel like I need to. You start singing. It's too good. And Toph's story from that episode is also really good too. Honestly, that episode's just like kind of stellar all around. But I loved how, like, I don't know, the way Iroh like handles the like thief guy and like other stuff. There's just so, it's just like, there's so much in it. There's so much in it. And then there's a lot of parallels between like his son and Zuko, and so it's like, I don't know, it's just, Very well written. That episode is like so good. Trying to think if there's anything. Wait, you're gonna rob me with a stance like that? I need an Iroh like anything, really. I was gonna say I have two mugs that have Iroh on it. One says it's like the Starbucks logo, but it's the name of his tea shop. And then I have a like travel mug tumbler thing that says it's him and Zuko, and it says being sick of tea is like being sick of breathing. Is that the quote? Something like that. You just stand like this and hold your knife like this. Iroh is just the best. I like any of his gifs that you can find where he's like, you've got to go with the flow. He's just the best. I could watch like a full just Iroh show. If they just wanted to do that, excellent. Like The Mandalorian. Do The Mandalorian, but it's just about Iroh. Would watch. Pedro Pascal can play him. Please no. Let's see. What else has been going on? Anything? I haven't really been following a lot of news over the past week or anything. I just kind of took a break from that. So there's probably some stuff that I'm missing. Oh, but Sassy, you did bring this up. And I was going to mention it at some point, but yeah, they're doing away with Twitch moments for those that have not heard. And when I saw that, I was just like, how dare you? How dare you, Twitch? For those that don't know, there was a Twitch feature called Moments, where if something big happened on your stream, you could mark it as a moment, and people who were there for that moment would get a special badge. The badge would change over time, like as if you were there for more moments, your badge would like evolve. And it was just such a fun idea. But they rolled it out, and I was like, when they announced it, I was hyped for it. I was like, maybe we'll get it one day. And then like years passed, I think, and we just never got it. And so I was just like, what in the world? And anyway, yesterday they announced that it was going away. They're just like sunsetting it. And what's weird is they said because it. I saw that, and the reason was because they said that it was not being used a lot. And I saw the Twitter thread, and that was most everyone's complaints, was you only rolled it out to like a few streamers, some of which just forgot that it existed. There are some people that did use it a lot. And like, had you rolled it out to more people who were excited about it, they would have, you may have gotten it like used more. It feels real weird to just like say, you know what, we're just not being used a lot, so we're just gonna get rid of it. It's so dumb, and it makes me angry. Smile. Yeah, I honestly same. When I heard that, I was like, I've been waiting for years for this. I think it may have been like just over a year, because I think it may have been early 2022. No. It was late 2021 when I heard about it. Because I remember I heard about it, and then I told people about it. And then it finally rolled out, I think, in the beginning of 2022. And then I just waited. Kept waiting for it to be my turn. What's dumber is that the react feature is still there. Right, because so many people remember to scroll down and click on react to something instead of just, I don't know, reacting in chat maybe with an emote or something. Occasionally I will see the button and I will react randomly, but what's funny is like I'll hit the, you know, the heart button or something, and it's like the person's just talking about whatever. Like, there's not that there's anything exciting happening. So I don't know. I honestly don't know if anybody has ever used it here. You may have, and I just have never noticed because I don't really look at my post-stream stats. I never really look at that. So if that's where it tells you, I would not know. But the only thing like that would be like, no, that'd be so annoying. Never mind, I take it back. I was gonna say, so Facebook Lives, if they have like some reaction buttons, like a heart or like a laugh or a cry or whatever, that if you're watching a live stream of something, when it is clicked on in the live chat, like you see a little, like if someone clicks on the heart button for it, there's a little heart icon that floats up in the chat. And if you like spam it a bunch, it like does it a bunch too. And I was about to say, maybe that's something that could be different, that would be like different than emotes that appears in the chat, but maybe it's not like actually chat, it's just like a little thing that floats up. But I was like, that would get spammed so much that that'd be so annoying. Like, that wouldn't be a good idea. So, I don't know. Does that also only go to the streamer? Nothing appears. Correct. Yes. I think it's supposed to be something that you can use as like, I think the intention is that you could use that to be like, oh, people really like when I do this thing. This person reacted that they were laughing on this, so that must have been very funny to them. Not that you even know who it is, but that's not really like, I don't think that's told to you in any kind of like meaningful way. But yeah, I agree. It's weird that they're keeping that around when I only use it sort of for a meme, I guess. Not that I like lie when I use it, but it's just like, it's just a meme that I'm using it at all, I think. I'm like, I don't even know if they'll see this. This is so weird. This is so weird. But I don't know. I don't get Twitch. I don't really understand why they do the things that they do. Still don't know why I didn't get moments. They should have done like a sign up thing, sort of like for the guest, what's that called? The guest thing. They have like a sign up for that where it's like if you wanted to be one of the people to test it, like some update to it, you could request to be kind of like an early tester. They should have done something like that. So it's like people who know what moments are could like test it, like could actually like do some cool stuff with it. But Shady,
You piece of garbage!
Shady, how's it going? How are you? We're gonna do a /moments unrecognized command. So look, just for posterity. Wait. Oh, it shows up there. It's not showing in my chat for some reason. I can't see that where it says moments. I can't see that. It's weird. Yeah, I don't see that at all, huh? Odd. You're having toast. Anything on your toast? I hope it's nom nom. Nom nom nom. Moments? Oh. There we go. How are you, Shady? And Val, welcome in. What happened? What do you mean what happened? Nope, just plain bread. I love bread. What kind of bread? I do love a good French bread, like a baguette. I think those are nom nom, especially if they're fresh. Ooh. Valk, how are you? Got confused with the moments thing. Oh, that we were just typing in moments repeatedly. That was just something weird Twitch is doing, but I'm sad we're not getting Twitch moments because they're just doing away with it, which seems super, super weird. There was another thing that I read about Twitch. Hold on. That I was like, oh, that is weird. Wait for it. Wait for it. That'd be a perfect moment for Brad to show up. Brad's traveling to whatchamacallit? Arizona. Oh, you know what it was, I think? So a while back, they changed how what partners get for like the different tiered sub of theirs. They now had to come out with some kind of guideline because there's now Partner Plus. Twitch had to come up with some guidelines for partners that are like, the main things are you may not pay others to subscribe to you, create multiple accounts to subscribe, cheat, hack, bot, or tamper to give yourself an advantage. Because the way it worked is if you had a certain number of subscriptions, you could get a better cut of the money. So it was sort of, I guess there were some people who were then either paying people to subscribe to them or using bots or whatever to then bolster their numbers just enough so that they could like get the higher cut of subs or whatever. That's psychotic. No, that's psychotic. It's toast. Nina's bread. Wait, really? I will just eat like bread. I will just eat bread. Especially if it's like, I don't know, a nice loaf of French bread. It's hot. You just tear it apart and eat it. Nom nom. I just have plain bread. Let the bread speak for itself. Oh, because of bread. I understand. Because of bread. Yeah, okay. I was like, wait, what? Right. I'm having crunchy peanut butter and peanut butter smoke and fire? What is that? I'm not a big peanut butter fan. Just finished weeding, so I'm all sweaty. Oh no, hanging out for a second, then cleaning up. Well, thanks for coming in. What's the temperature over there? Is it hot? Congrats on getting married. Weeding or wedding? I must have avoided a lot of stress not remembering that. Yes, raw bread fine, but toast, plain toast? I have had plain toast. I for sure have had plain toast before. But I think that was mostly not because I wanted to. It was more what was available to me. Did you read that wrong initially? I can't tell if you were serious or if that was a joke. Ooh, I do like cayenne and paprika, but I'm not a big peanut butter fan. It was a joke. That's fair. Wait, Wombat, are you still around? Because I have a funny thing to tell you. If so, if not, I'll wait till you're around. But what was I gonna say? What were we talking about? Oh yeah, so I guess like, I don't know. Twitch be weird sometimes. It's 73 degrees, so not bad, but it was about 60 before, and I wish the 60 would come back. It's actually been super windy today. I was actually not sure if like if like power was gonna go. I'm still here. So a funny thing, I was talking to Pucks, and what was it that he said? He said he talked down his stream again, as he does. And what was it? I can't remember exactly what he said. Hold on. It was like, hold on. Let me cook. It was, well, I don't know. I don't know, Wombat. He said something like, oh yeah, I won't say what it was specifically, but it's basically like, you know, it was just something like, it was kind of negative about it. And I was like, I hope you're joking. Like, I'm gonna believe that you're joking, and that you're just saying that to like, I don't know, to just calm yourself maybe. But I was like, but I want you to know I will literally fight you. And I said, I was like, you guys are gonna come up to Alaska. The first thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna give you a hug. The second thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna fight you. That is like step 1, step 2. Because I cannot handle this anymore. I will fight you. I will lose, but I will fight you because I can't. Anytime, like, oh gosh, anytime during his stream when he's like, I'm just a subpar streamer and blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, yeah, he is, you will lose. Yeah, 100%. I will lose against him. He apparently said that even in the army, he used to just fight people. Like, they just would fight each other, I guess. And so, I was just like, I mean, I will lose, but regardless, I saw it's to prove a point. The situation that we're in, when he calls himself a subpar streamer, he's being a Sasuke. He's being a Sasuke right there. And I'm gonna be the Naruto who's like, no, I will fight you and bring you back to Konoha. So I will fight him and he will lose. There we go. That's what we need. I would watch that. But you know, it's more of the principle of the situation of being like, I will not let you continue saying this about yourself and your stream because you're doing such a good job and you're doing so well. But I just love Naruto because of his absolute determination to bring Sasuke back, even though he's like, I will literally break your bones if I have to, but I will do it in the name of friendship. And that's, you know what, if I could just base all of my friendships around that principle, I probably would. There's something very pure about that. I choose to believe Army is depicted with Buster in Arrested Development. You know what's interesting? I love that analogy. Yeah. I find it very interesting. I've adjusted the way I say when if I'm talking to Pucks, or in his chat, that I've noticed you guys just say Army instead of like the Army. We say the Army. I don't think I've ever heard someone just say, yeah, in Army we did this or whatever, which I find very interesting. It's another one of those language-isms, Aussie-isms, I think. Or maybe it's not just Australia, but it's the only place that I have like, or at least you guys are the first people that I have encountered who just say Army. It sounds cool when you guys say it that way, but there's also something else that was said recently that I was like, you already threatened to kidnap chat and put them in hamster bubbles for their own good, so you do it. That's also true. That was just me mimicking how Buster says it and says it wrong in the show. Wait, he does, right? I always said the Army. He does say Army. He does. That's so funny. I didn't think about that. I never picked up on that before. But yeah, Pucks just says Army. So that's really funny. But yeah, I totally forget. Buster does say that. Maybe it's an army thing? Maybe it's when you're in the army. Maybe you do say, just call it army. I don't know. Maybe Buster was right all along. Yeah, I mean, and then that's step 3. So I step 1 is hug Puck. Step 2 is beat him up. Step 3 is then put him in a safety bubble for his own safety and protection. That's after I've beaten him up. Maybe this is the truest fact. Maybe we just uncovered something. I don't know what I normally say. Probably depends on who I'm around. Interesting. I would say to someone, oh, when I was in the army. Step 4 is linguistics class. Wait, so is it just a Pucks thing? He for sure says, if you listen to it, anytime he'll talk about it, he'll say, in army, blah, 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 blah. And so when I have referred, typically I will change how I say stuff depending on who I'm talking to. And I was like, oh, that just must be a thing. That just must be a thing that they say. That just must be a thing they do. So every time I've talked about it, then in response in his chat or talking to him, I will also do that because that's the way he says it. So the class was for you to was for you to be taught, not him. Yeah, no, I accept that. Yeah, he does say an army, but I'm referring to something I was doing. Then I would say, oh, wait. But if I'm referring to something I was doing, then I would say an army also. Interesting. But if you were talking, I would say to someone, oh, when I was, oh, interesting. Does it matter? Does it matter if you're talking to somebody who was also in army? Versus like a civilian. Maybe it's a place, like when I was in New Zealand. Maybe that's also how it is. That's fascinating. I try to pick up on some of the Aussie-isms, mostly because I just think they're so cool. I just think it sounds so cool. But I try to, if I'm talking to somebody who has like a very specific way of saying things, and I try to like adapt to whatever it is how they refer to it, because then it just feels weird if I'm like saying it a different way, maybe. I don't know. But I find that very fascinating. If I was talking to someone else who served, then I would say, oh, I was in army. I think we shorthand everything. Okay, that's fair. Well, you see, and I thought, because I feel like Aussies just kind of do that in general. So I just thought it was like, oh, it's just an Aussie thing. It's just, everyone says it that way. But okay, fascinating. I just have never heard anyone say that before. So I was like, oh, it's just, look at me learning so much cool Aussie stuff. I miss that. What do we do in general? Like, kind of shortenary, like Arvo or Servo, Bottle-o, right? Like, you guys truncate? Is that the word? You guys truncate a lot of words? Well done, yeah. Yeah. So I was just like, oh, maybe it's like, it's faster that way. It's just too hot to say full words. Also a good point. Gotta get out in the sun. I will say the rise to like and desire to visit Australia is increasing just more and more as time goes on. Unfortunately, it costs money to travel. I don't know if you guys know that. Also, every nickname, Steve-o, Dave-o. It's true. Lots of shortening of names, or I'm trying to think of what else. Even though those nicknames are longer than the actual name, but it's true. But I don't know, it's just more fun to say. I have brought this up before, and there's the few times that I have brought this up, I then feel awkward about it later because I'm like, maybe I shouldn't bring this up. Maybe this is like, maybe I am making myself look really dumb. But I've joked about how there should be, you know how there's the word weeb for like people who are really big into like Japanese like otaku culture for the most part. I was like, there should be a word for that, but for someone who's like really, who like loves Australians and Australia or whatever. And I did find a meme. So I haven't really come up with anything, but there is a meme that I came across that used the wombo. I mean, I would love that, but somebody used the term crikey core. They were like, fairy bread is so crikey core, and that made me laugh a lot. And I said, I mean, if there was anything, but that would be your name. It's true. Yeah, that's too close. Words that end in O are just more fun. True. Oh, that's such a good point. But crikey core, instead of like cottage core or whatever, they're like, fairy bread is so crikey core, and that made me laugh. And that is amazing. Yeah. So I was like, I mean, it fits, and I feel like I would be. I mean, I don't know. I feel like a weeb, you might expect somebody who is currently wearing like a Naruto headband. I say that as somebody wearing a headband who also owns a Kakashi vest. Anyway, I feel like that a weeb has like much more of that. So I don't know what a crikey core person would be, but Tap, welcome in. How are you? This house is giving off crikey core vibes. I think we would also call them Zacks, like Anzac. Anzac. I don't know what that stands for, but I know like Anzac Day is a thing. What does that mean? What's Anzac? Sleepy but good. How has your work day been? Or yeah, your work day. I saw you yesterday, but how was the rest of your week? Australian and New Zealand Army Corps. Okay, you see, I thought it was an army thing. Because Anzac Day is like kind of like a Memorial Day, right? Tap, how are you? What have you been up to? But it's used generically to refer to both countries now. Interesting. Oh, I see. Yeah, 100%. Okay. Because, so the first Aussie that I met, through Twitch is Talinus, who I believe is actually streaming right now. He's a Queenslander, and he's playing No Man's Sky currently, but he was in Air Force. Look at me dropping articles. And so he's mentioned Anzac Day as we've like chatted or whatever, but we named biscuits out of it. Really? What are they like? Today was back at the family business. Oh, right. Because you do Monday through Thursday. A few yards and a couple of sprinkler breaks. It's a lot harder going back to manual labor after getting a taste of the office life. I bet. Tap. I bet. That would be so difficult. A raffo? What's a raffo? Google Anzac biscuits. Anzac biscuit. Raffies. Ooh, I love oatmeal cookies. Wait, are they oatmeal? There are oatmeal. I do like oatmeal cookies. Nom nom. Those look good. Would have. Royal Australian Air Force. Oh! I see. Someone who's in the Air Force. Ah, okay. That's interesting. He's never mentioned that. That's funny. I'll just call him that one day and see what happens. Maybe he'll beat me up. Interesting. Yeah. So Talanus is in the Air Force. So he's mentioned Anzac Day and other stuff, but anyway, see, I'm learning so much. Wow, this chat really is crikey core, isn't it? Should I use that as a tag? Would I get banned? Would I get banned on? Yeah, I might get banned. There's gonna be some Australian who's like, no. OMG, crikey core. I love it. Please. I'm gonna get like banned for, I don't know, something. Gosh. If I can at least get to visit Australia once, then yes, I will do that. It's an appropriation, it is. Jet email address and crikey core. What would that be? I can't say that because that would be offensive. But what would you guys say crikey core apparel would be? Talanus sent me a headband of the Australian flag. So I do have that. It's actually, by the way, for those who have BTTV, you will see this emote. For those that don't, you can watch the screen for this emote. There's actually, I do have this BTTV emote ready, which is Peepo Roo, which does this. If you're watching the screen, where is it? Wait a minute. Do I need to refresh it? Hold on. Emote wall, refresh. Let's try that again. Peepo Roo. Don't let me down. Whoops. There's a couple of cats in there. But yeah, there we go. Peepo Roo. There you go. It's just because I had that strictly for you all. A hat with corks off it would be very crikey core. Corks? Like OMG Peepo Roo, yeah. If you have the better TTV extension, you can see it, or the FFZ extension, you'll be able to see it in chat. I'm trying to get Pucks to add some either FFZ or better TTV to his, but yeah, Peepo Roo is it's so funny to me. It's just perfect. An Australian cork hat. Okay. Australian cork hat. Oh, what? Okay, that's when you said that, I was imagining that, but I didn't know. I have never seen this before. It's interesting. Why are the corks there? Yeah, it's when you, I mean, the description, a hat with corks off of it. I was like, okay. It's exactly for wait, really? Hold on. There has to be like a Wikipedia article. The cork hat, there is. I need to learn everything there is about cork hats. A cork hat is a type of headgear with corks strung from the brim to ward off insects. Pieces of cork, typically bottle corks, are hung on strings from the brim of the hat. The low density of cork means a number of pieces may hang from a hat without significantly increasing its weight. Movement of the head causes the corks to swing, discouraging insects, particularly bush flies, from swarming around the wearer's head or entering the nose or mouth. The shape and material of cork hat varies, but typically they are similar to a slouch hat. Believed by some to have been worn by jackaroos. What is that? And swagmen. I feel like that was my nickname in high school. And the bushfly infested Australian outback. The cork hat has become part of the stereotypical, almost mythical representation of the Australian ocker. Okay, you just said that word. Particularly in the United Kingdom. Cork hats are a common purchase as a souvenir for tourists in Australia. Oh my gosh. Ocker core. What is an ocker? What is a jackaroo? Jackaroos are people who live off the land. They do farm work. Interesting. A jackaroo is a young man, feminine equivalent, jillaroo. That's incredible. Working on a sheep or cattle station to gain practical experience and the skills needed to become an owner, overseer, manager, etc. The word originated in Queensland. Incredible. I feel like there has to be some version. Another option besides Crikey Core, because Crikey Core isn't like a person, whereas like a weeb is a person. I feel like a something roo could work as a, we are so weird, could work as like a weeb replacement. But what is an ocker? The term ocker is used both as not how, for sure you guys aren't saying ocker. The term ocker is used both as a noun and adjective for an Australian who speaks in strine, another Wikipedia article, a broad Australian accent and acts in a rough and uncultivated manner. Whoa. So, honestly, me. Richard Neville defined the ocker positively as being about conviviality. Define. Conviviality. The quality of being friendly and lively. Friendliness. So, okay. Richard Neville defined the ocker positively as being about friendliness, comradeship, with a touch of good-hearted, sexism, okay. However, the term is mostly understood to be pejorative compared to other terms, including larrikin, mate, cobber, and bloke. Exactly how you guys say it. In the 1980s, Carol Thatcher, daughter of British Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher, was said to have been met with hostile reception when she attempted to write a book comparing ockers with palms. None of these words are making sense to me now. Okay, the ocker was used was in popular use in the 70s and 80s, although it was seen as cultural. Okay, it's dissipated by the 1990s. Wait, however, a number of commentators observed the emergence of ocker chic, in which middle-class people, predominantly males, took on the style, accent, mannerisms, and backstory of working-class people or other mythical national types.
Together, let's take to the skies.
Looney, thanks so much for the sub. How are you doing? How's it going? We're learning about ockers right now. Speaking of Jackaroo barbecue sauce is delicious. I've never heard of it. Is it good? Let's see. They take on the backstory of working class people or other mythical national types, including the Anzac soldier and the stockman, but without the vulgarity of the ocker. The idea was first raised blah, 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 blah. Etymology. Let's learn about that. Ocker was recorded from 1916 as a nickname for anyone called Oscar. The 1920s Australian comic strip Ginger Meggs contained a character called Oscar Ocker Stevens. The term ocker in its modern usage arose from a character of that name played by Ron Fraser, which appeared in the satirical television comedy series The Mavis Bramston Show from 1965 to 1966. Wow, what? 1968. The term Akar chic arose in its modern meaning in 1986. And there's more. There's actually a lot more, but I'm not going to read the rest of it. But I did get, what is strine? All right, just woke up again. How are you feeling? Do you have work today? Are you off on weekends? Someone who typically does not like barbecue sauce, I like it a lot. I am not also a big barbecue sauce fan. I think I don't like the ones that are kind of sweet, which is interesting because I usually have a sweet tooth, but sometimes they're like too sweet. Strine, also spelled with a Y, describes a broad accent of Australian English. The term is syncope, derived from a shortened phonetic rendition of the pronunciation of the word Australian. Oh, okay. I see. I'm learning somewhat. I am too. Okay, so it's supposed to be like strine. It's strine. Anytime I do an Australian accent, which I'm very bad at, and I wish I was better at, I always had to deepen my voice for some reason. Because I've heard of like Strya. My iPad just completely self-destructed from this chat. What happened? So yeah, it's like, so strine is strine. It's strine. So okay. Derived from a shortened phonetic rendition of the pronunciation of the word Australian in an exaggerated broad Australian accent, drawing upon the tendency of this accent to run syllables together in a form of liaison. Try reading the demo line. Eye level arch play devoisters. What is a devoister? What is a demo line? I'm just having a nice chill weekend and I'm playing Horizon, so probably trying to get through that. Nice. How far into the game are you? Is a demo line like when do actors do that? Say it in your Australian. Oh no. Is it arch or arc? What am I trying to say there? ARK or with a ch sound? Oh, is that what you're? Wait, is that arch? Okay, wait. What word is that? What sound is that in there? I'll have a large. Oh, large. I see. Okay. I couldn't even. Oh, I can't do it. I can't. My brain. My brain. I don't know if I can do it. I can't. I get too nervous. This is like speaking another language in front of a native. I'll have a large plate of oysters. I'm not sure. I want to say I'm a fair. I'm not sure. I want to say I'm a fair way into the game. I see. Just pretend you're playing Mad Gav. Elf Habits Hoop. This is a safe place. No, the thing is I don't know. I haven't told the story in a hot minute, so most of you may not know this, but I was always very interested in Japan and like learning Japanese, and I like grew up kind of like trying to teach myself some Japanese, and so I'd like learn how to introduce myself or whatever. Well, I went to Disney Epcot, which is my favorite of the Disney places, which I think most people don't typically like Epcot, or find it the most boring of them. But I find it very interesting because at the back of it, there is there's a section of the park that's called Around the World, and it's separated into chunks, like little pie shapes. And basically each pie shape is a different country, and all the people that work in that pie shape are from the country and speak the language fluently or whatever. When I went there as a kid, I think I was like in early high school, and we went to the Japan section, and first we got there on one of the nights, like we were ending it, and Japan is like in the middle of this Around the World section. And so I went to the Japan pie shape, and there was a giant store there, and it was expected that I would probably be buying a lot of stuff from it, like saved money for it, but I didn't buy anything. I just kind of very quietly and anxiously ghosted all of the aisles. Like, I just kind of ghosted up and down the aisles, just kind of like looking at everything, but not really interacting with anything. And I think it was just very overwhelming. And so I just didn't know what to do, because I was like, I just want all of it. I think it's all cool. Well, we then went back the next day to finish the around the world part. So I got to go back to Japan on my own, and I went to the store and to buy a bunch of things. So I did. I bought a bunch of stuff. Took it up to the counter. I should mention, I'm the first American in my family. I'm also the first like native English speaker in my family. My background is I'm Hispanic from Latin America. Anyway, so I did not grow up speaking Spanish. I was taught Spanish, but I would always answer in English, and so I can like understand Spanish pretty good, but I can't like really speak it very well. But anyway, that is important to the story. So I get up to the counter, I bring all of my stuff that I'm paying for to the lady up at the counter, and she's like, so like I said, so they're all from whatever country that they're supposed to be. So she's Japanese, and she's like, you know, doing all the stuff, like scanning all the tags or whatever. And I take it upon myself to introduce myself in Japanese. And so I say, hello, my name is Jet. It's nice to meet you, I think is all I said. And she asked me in Japanese, oh, are you learning Japanese? And my response was si, which, if you know, is the Spanish word for yes. When I said that, she kind of like made this face and kind of like tilted her head. And then I go, oh, I mean, hi. And I'm like, I start immediately sweating. I get so nervous. And ever since that moment, I get very nervous about speaking like other languages in front of, like, I took Japanese in college. It's nerve-wracking to speak it in front of people, especially if they also speak Japanese. I get very anxious about it. And so in a similar way, doing an Australian accent or trying to do it, I get very nervous. I think the trauma it is, I get kind of nervous because I'm like, oh, it's gonna sound so bad. I can't do it. I also like, I speak very well. Not always true. There are some words that I speak with very like hard, like consonant sounds. So like lots of t's and whatever, and that's not the Australian way. Talinus says that the Australian tongue is lazy, and I enunciate some things too much. I also slur a lot of my words together though, so I'm kind of a mess when it just comes to speaking. Too many languages get jumbled up. Yeah, that was a mess. When you're under pressure, it's so hard. I know. I mean, like, all I can do with Australian is like the whole like rise up lights. Have you guys heard? You guys have. I'm curious if the Australians have heard that. But it's such an impressive thing to explain away. Sorry, I speak. Well, the thing is, I don't really. I'm not fluent in Spanish. I am very bad at speaking at it. It takes me a really long time to like, nope. Okay, so there's like an American thing, I guess, that they say, if you want to sound like an Australian. No, I've not heard of that. Please do tell. Oh boy. Nope. Oh, this is gonna be so good. So Americans say, oh, if you want to sound like an Australian, it's not really a story, it's just kind of like a thing. They say, if you want to sound like an Australian, all you have to say is rise up lights. And if you put that together, it's rise up lights. Sounds like razor blades. Right? It's like razor blades, I guess. It's the way it's supposed to be. So I've heard that for like a super long time. OMG. Yeah, it's razor blades. So I have said that anytime awful but good. I have said that if I'm ever put on the spot, like if people were ever doing like, oh, I can do a British accent or I can do a whatever accent, it's like if all I have to do is like try to gear the conversation to razor blades somehow, and then I can say, I can do this one Australian accent. It's the only thing I can say though. But anyway, yeah, that's the only thing that I know of though. Why am I putting on an Australian accent now? Are you guys saying that to yourself? Are you guys saying rise up lights currently? Because I'm curious, I wonder how that sounds. Does it sound like how you would say razor blades? The only problem is we call them slippy knives. That's not correct, is it? Is that what you call razor blades? Razor blades. Talinus taught me, this was early on, but he and his wife hopped in my chat once, and we were like, they were phonetically spelling things out for me to say, and it was very funny. I got some of it down, but I still felt a little embarrassed. You'll never know that's actually true. Is that strawn? Is that the strawn word for razor blades? I typically don't have a very Ocker accent, so this is a test for me. Oh, really? Okay. It is interesting to hear some of the differences. Like Talinus, like some of his words I think sound like heavier with an Australian accent, but some of his other words could, like, in his chat, he gets a lot of people who are like, are you British? And then he's usually like, no, I'm Australian, mate. Something like that, you know? But he doesn't have as, like, gravelly or deep of a voice. People ask me that too. That's interesting. Yeah. I get British, but that's so interesting. I think I just think Australian accents are cool, but like even just like the super, it depends where you're from. Yeah, that's kind of what I read an interesting stat about Australia, which was that, I don't remember the number, but it was like there's a very large portion of Australians who have at least one parent who is not Australian. Usually they're from Europe or the UK or somewhere around abouts. Depends where you're from, but I'm from South Australia, so we are better than other states. Queenslanders have a more Ocker accent. Interesting. West Australia, South Australia sound more Kiwi to me. Interesting. That's fascinating. Because Americans have a much wider range of accents, I think. Like a southern accent is incredibly distinct from like a northern accent, and a northern accent is very different from like West Coast. And then there's the Midwest accent, which is, depending on where you are, either like kind of different or it's like neutral. I have more of a neutral accent, but I feel like I cannot really tell the difference when listening to Australians talk, besides that some of them I'm like, are they British? And then they'll say something else, I'm like, oh no, that sounds way more Aussie to me. Both my parents are Australian but have different heritage. Interesting. Yeah, so I guess I was curious, even if that was like the fact that a large percentage of Australians have a parent or maybe a grandparent that's like not from Australia, if that also influences you know, your accent growing up or whatever. Honestly, what's most surprising is that 80% of Australians have a Fargo accent. That's a lie. This isn't here's the thing is I'm very gullible and I will believe anything an Australian tells me. Because the entire time I think I'm just like, oh, that accent's so cool. I'm from New South Wales, South Coast, so I have a softer accent, but live in Queensland now, so that's why people probably think I sound different. Oh, that makes sense. I have a yeah, because you're crikey core. Yeah, that's that's true though. That is 100% the truth though. So but I think I mean I am not alone in that. I think though most Americans would not describe themselves as crikey core, I think a lot of Americans are enamored by the Australian accent, and I know a lot of Australians do not like their own accents. However, I think a lot of Americans think that accent is very cool, and so when they meet an Australian, they're very like, oh, this person's awesome. Like they're literally the coolest people, which I do agree. But it's, you know, here's the thing is that sure, maybe there's a part of me, I find that so perplexing. Really? I wish I had an Australian accent. I think it's my favorite accent. And Jet's always right, you know? But cute, yeah, there we go. I get made fun of here in New Zealand because I distinguish the word bear and beer. Oh, interesting. They would say beer, right? Like it would sound, their way of saying bear sounds more like beer. Correct? Like they don't say beer like bear. Yeah. I also think the New Zealand the Kiwi accent's very nice too. I can't remember who explained this, but they were like, if you want to do, and this may be more of an American thing though, but they were like, if you want to do a Kiwi accent, all you have to do is shift all the vowels one place. So if it's an A vowel, you would say it with an E. If it's an E vowel, you'd say it with a I. Something like that. I like your accent. Oh, thank you. I similar to most people, I don't like my own voice, but I've gotten used to it. I think having to like record myself a lot and like hear it, I've just kind of gotten used to it. But yeah, I have a very neutral accent. I grew up in the South, but I fought for not having a Southern accent. Like I didn't say y'all for the longest time. I didn't say y'all till college. I like your Australian accent. Thank you. I think at some point I convinced myself that I would go visit Australia and only speak an Australian accent the entire time just to see if anybody noticed. I think they'll notice. I also have a shirt idea that I'm going to make for if and when I would love to go to Australia. It's like, I really want to go. I wish things didn't cost money. But I have a shirt idea that I'm going to make for my Australia tour. One of my favorite Aussieisms is old mate. I think that is so fun. And I will now also submit that Pux's old matey potato is even better. However, why things gotta cost money? I don't know. So the idea for the shirt was, hold on, I have it. I was talking to that square guy who's also Australian. I think I pinned the message because, yeah, there we go. Oh, right. Okay. Because we were talking about Aussieisms, and the ones that we talked about were hard yakka, chuckasicki, and then old mate. And I said what I'm going to do is I'm going to make a shirt for my Australia tour that's going to say, it's going to say yakka ? Hard period, sickies chucked, and then mates old. And or old. South Australians also say heaps good. I love that. I also agree. I've actually started using heaps on my own because I think it's so good. But anyway, so it's yakka hard, sickies chucked, mates old, and I want to make that. I want to get that printed for my Australia tour, because we say heaps good. Yeah. What else do you guys said that? I don't know. Hold on. There's a lot especially when I'm like when I'm modding Pux's stream. There's a lot that I'm like, oh, that's like such an it's such an Aussie phrase, and I think it's so cool. It's a great I think it would be. I think it would be funny. Talnus, no, that square guy. He shared that with like his family. He was like, oh, I was talking to this American guy. He said that, and they were like, they thought that was very funny, and I was like, yes. Fair suck of the sauce bottle. What does that mean? Gosh, there's so many, and I think it's all so cool. But heaps good. I think I first learned heaps from. I was watching a lot of Taika Waititi movies, and they said heaps a lot. But then I realized that Australians also said it. Gosh, there's so much. I mean, he says like, what else is? I mean, even like little things. The fact that you guys, well, is this a Puxism? Is it Australianism? He calls them chicken chippies. That may even be a brand name for all I know. But that sounds very Australian. Be more reasonable? Wait, really? Oh yeah, we call them that? That's hilarious. Gosh, what else? Chicken chippies, yeah. That's like I think there's something about the Australian, like the way you guys say things that just to me everything sounds much more exciting. Like, give it a rest, you're being okay, I see. Chip Sangha. What's a Sangha? Bachelor's handbag. Bachelor's hand. Oh, okay, yes. Sandwich, right, okay. What's a bachelor's handbag? Is that a Nintendo Switch? Is that what is that? Also could be a food, I feel like. Bachelor's handbag. Don't say the G. Sangha. But hey, wait, it's chicken? It's food? It's Sangha. Not Sangha. What is a batch? Is it chicken? A roast chicken sold in a disposable plastic carry bag with a handle. That's hilarious. Yeah, okay, that's actually hilarious. That's amazing, in fact. There's a lot of people that applies to here as well. I have a friend that's like all he would eat, just about. So that makes a lot of sense to me. Hold on. Aussie-isms. Maybe some of these will, like, the ones that I've heard a lot. Obviously, like, you guys say, like, Arvo and all that stuff. I'm trying to think of some of the special ones that I've heard. Wait. It says this is a list of 100. There's only... What? Oh, weird. Oh, okay, I see. I found the list. It's in a... like embedded spreadsheet, but you can't see the scroll bar. So I just saw the first 5 and then kept scrolling past it. Let's see. Is there anything on here? Sunnies. I have heard Sunnies for sure. So crikey is an expression of surprise. Okay. Surprisingly, crikey core is not on this list. I find that shocking. Fair dinkum. Let's see. This one has heaps and hard yakka. Let's see. You guys call them lollies. We would say just candy. No one calls them lollies. I think lollies is evocative of like a lollipop specifically. So if I heard that, I'm thinking of like specifically like the candy, a lollipop. Rego for car registration? I love that. You see, everything sounds just so much better. This obviously lists also mate, which I didn't realize I had like a need in my life to be called mate at some point in my life, but I do. And whenever Talinus was the first Australian here on Twitch to call me mate. This is a little risky language, but yeah, also fair. What was I gonna say? The first Australian that I met in like person was at a Best Buy. I was working at Best Buy, and he called me mate, and there was like immediately like a part of my heart that opened up that was like, wait, I didn't know I needed this. And then, but that was just a one-time transaction. I never saw that person again. Then it wasn't until streaming on Twitch, and I think I mentioned that, and at some point Talinus started calling me mate, and I was like, thank you. I think also Pux now says that to me, I think specifically because he knows that I need it. Not that I like it, but that there's a part of me that finds it necessary to live. A piece of piss is something very easy. Oh, that makes sense. I could see that. No drama. Oh, okay. This is sparking up. So like, yeah, like no drama, no stress, no worries. We say no worries here, but no drama and no stress are ones that I've not heard. I have a Queenslander friend that I play Apex with occasionally, and he says champion a lot, and so like I will help him taking notes, calls Jen mate. Yeah, exactly. Every time, even I won't acknowledge it all the time, but there will be a part of me that's like, but he will he would say, oh, I need like an R301 or whatever in Apex, or like I'm looking for this, and I'd find it, and his response would always be like champion, and and every time I'm like, that feels so good. A banana bender? That sounds like a smoothie. What is Wuckas? That's actually on this list. A truly Aussie way of saying no worries? What? Let's see. Sanga is on this. Sanga is on this list, though it's spelled Sanger. So I would definitely be saying that as Sanger. I think that is not correct. A banana bender is a Queenslander. Is that? I'm trying to like imagine what that is. Why that'd be called that. this feels offensive. This feels offensive. That's not not related to like it's not related to why can't a boomerang, right? Because those are banana shaped. I would imagine a banana bender. It's like bend it like Beckham, you know? But is that they grow bananas up? Wait, really? Is that bananas grow in tropics? And the idea is that they're making the oh, I guess that's funny. That's actually pretty funny. But okay, so I was very wrong. It's not related to boomerangs, just in case you're curious. What else? Gosh. I like your take, though. No, man. You see, what I really need... You see, this is why I need to go to Australia, is I need an immersion school. You know, I really need, like, to immerse myself and embrace the Crikey core. So that way I can, like, really absorb the accent. And then I'll just start streaming as I'll start using the Oz tag, and I'll get banned immediately upon doing that. Crikey College. That's exact. I need it. I need an immersion. I need to go to Crikey College, which is just me going to Australia and hanging out with my Australian friends, please. I was actually like, last night, I was like, I need to figure out some way. I don't know how. I don't know how I would do it. But I need to figure out a way. I need to figure out a way to get to Australia at some point. Here's 125 Australian slang words. Let's see. Let's see if there's anything new that... I will say, I think Old Mate is like one of my favorite things. Because it's just... Oh, Drongo. There's a streamer named Bloody Drongo who I really like. And... if you're going that far, you need to come to New Zealand too. I feel like I'm just gonna need to be like, because I feel like it's so expensive. Just gonna have to be like, everyone just meet me in one place, please. I can't afford anything else. I would love to go to New Zealand though. I want to go to a Hobbit village, please. And ads, no. I can spell. Bloody Drongo. Bloody Drongo's a great streamer, partner streamer. Plays a lot of like RimWorld, and he was actually just playing Starfield last night, but also played like Baldur's Gate and lots of like, I feel like strategy type games tend to be his thing. But he's great. But he has a lot of his emote like tag at the beginning is Shoey. Which I still don't know if I fully understand the concept of a shoey, but, or like, when and why? When and why shoeys? Wait, oh, really? You live in Tassie, and Taz is seen as the more bogan state, and like no one well-known or famous really visits here. It's kind of sad. I have actually, so part of me was like, I feel like I would maybe try to live in Taz, because it's like it can get colder there. I feel like maybe that'd be a good transition for me. But maybe I just need to embrace the sun. But what's funny is I have at this right now, I have sort of this like vaguely just brown skin. It feels very non-specific. A lot of people have said that I'm very ethnically ambiguous at times. That is because I don't really go into the sun very much. When I do go out into the sun, I get very dark. And so it becomes then just way more apparent. But I'm going to test for Chrissy. Amazing. All of this. By the way, I don't know if you guys know this. We do have a couple of... So we have... Wait, is that it? Yeah, okay. So... if you do exclamation point, am I right? Nightbot says, Fridays, am I right? Because it's Friday for me. But if you go, am I right, mate? It does say it's to your time. So just in case you ever are feeling it, just know I've made that for you. Can you make your brown skin more specific? I know. I've been mistaken for a lot of things, and it's because it's just sort of like people are like, "Wow, I know you're probably not white, but I can't tell what you were. Who are you?" Do you know? I think you've said, Shady, that you've watched 30 Rock. I feel like I related a little bit to, gosh, there was a one-off character in an episode, and she was known as, hold on. Carmen Chow is her character's name, and they keep referring to her. They're like, no one can tell where she's from, and like as she's reading like a news report about like multiple different countries, she pronounces every different word correctly, but like in with like very specific pronunciation of like someone who's fluent in that language. Love it. Anyway, I felt like I kind of I understand. Awesome. Tazzy isn't as bad as some people make it out to be. Tazzy is like any other part of Australia. I feel like I will say I feel like I have like picked up on that a little bit, just of how people have mentioned it. But I feel like it seems great. I feel like it seems. I would love to visit. I would love to visit. Does it snow there? Is it south enough that it snows? I guess I know, like, Victoria gets some snow in, like, some of the mountains. But that's, like, in the mountains. So I don't know if, like... There's only in some parts, though. Okay. That's awesome. I just want to visit Australia. I don't know. I have to figure out something. Can I have, like... That seems bad. I was like, can I have, like, a subathon? Just for me to go to Australia? Is that a thing? I feel like that's not a thing. I don't think people do that. I think people usually like do that and then invest it back into their stream. Me, I'm like, nah, I really want to visit my Australian friends. I don't think I can do that. Gosh, that'd be so much fun though. I'd love it. To Tassie? You've been back to Australia. Yeah, because you were just there not long ago. I remember you just traveled there. Maybe it was at the beginning of the year? Mona, what is that? What's that? I did see, we were looking at this on Pux's stream a while back, but I know in Queensland there is a koala sanctuary. Want to go. Have to go. I have to go. I'm already like, that's one place on my list. That's like, I need to go there. I need to hold a koala. And they have like other stuff there. What was it? Koala Sanctuary. Lone Pine Koala Sanctuary. Oh, an art museum. Ooh. And Mon, welcome in. Just remember, Jet, if you ever do come to Australia, there's a bed and room waiting for you in Western Australia, mate. Thank you so much, Mon. Gosh, I have to just figure out how I would even afford to get to Australia. That's the problem. That's the major problem. I will like stand on the corner and beg for food. It's just getting there. You know, that's the problem. Let's see. They have from 10 to 11 a.m. you can touch a koala at the Lone Pine Koala Sanctuary. But at 11 a.m. to 12:30 you can hold one. I would like to hold one. You can also get dingo photos at 1:45 p.m. Amazing. They also have sheepdogs. Sheepdogs, there's a crocodile talk. Well, let's see, hold on. Sheepdog show, free flight, raptor show, free range. They have kangaroos and looks like it's not cassowaries, right? What is that? What symbol is that? 18. Wait a minute. But, oh, it is a cassowary. That'd be crazy. I've never seen one in person. Do they have wombats? Is that a wombat? I think that's a wombat. They do. I could just read it off this list. Flying foxes, Tasmanian devils, turtles, platypus, the koala forest. I want to go to the koala forest. Common wombats, amphibian and reptiles, lizards, dingoes, crocodiles. Where's that on the map? Oh, wow. That's scary. I don't like crocodiles. Cassowaries, lorikeets. They have some barn animals, kangaroos, wedge-tailed eagle, southern hairy-nosed wombats. There's a eucalyptus plantation. Kangaroos, wallabies, and emus, and another type of crocodile. Sheepdogs. Okay, yeah. That I just want to go. I need to go. Do they have a food court? I don't know why I'm planning this out. Planning this out, but it's not Mons. He's saying you should break into someone's home. There we go. Cassowaries are evil. They're very scary. They make very scary noises. They're the only Australian animal that actively weirds me out. Really? What is it about them? I have a friend that's their favorite animal. And hold on. Oops, that's not how you spell that. Nope. Just remember the kookaburra is, oh, and I've learned that's not how you say it. Wait, what was it? Kookaburra, right? Is that how you guys say it? It's not laughing at you, they're laughing with you. They move in an unsettling way. It's like being stalked by a sociopath. Really? That's interesting. Here you go. So one of my friends, his favorite animal is a cassowary. And so for his birthday, you guys have probably seen the painting of hold on, what is his name? No. Hold on. His last name's not. Hey, Electric Kitty, welcome in. How are you doing? How's it going? Oh, Joseph Ducrow? Is that his name? Ducrow? The guy who's like this? Yes. So, do you guys know who I'm talking about?
This one.
And hey, thank you so much for that follow.
Before you will soon be your 4th favorite streamer.
Thank you so much. Did you get approval for having real world friends? Apparently not. We're not really friends anymore. So it was denied. My permit was denied. So he's a big fan of cassowaries, and you guys have seen it. It's used in a lot of memes, but it's a painting of Joseph DeCrow, who has like a very like exaggerated expression. He's kind of doing like a finger gun or whatever at the painting. Well, that took a turn. Some people are very good at keeping things at like everything is fine. I always double down and I'm like, no, everything is awful. Anyway, I made this shirt for their birthday.
Throw on your jetpack.
And Electric Kitty, thank you so much for the sub. That's so nice. How are you doing? I made this for his birthday, and I called it Joseph de Cassowary, because it's of DeCrow, de Cassowary. Anyway, I think it turned out pretty good, but I don't know where the original image is, but gotta make use of that September thing. Hey, that's awesome. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. How are you? Your day is ending, right? Your day is ending right now, or it's late. Let's see. Why is Twitch being such a pain in the butt? What's going on? It just became, okay, it's night, because it's confusing, because when I'm modding for Pucks, you're like starting your day, I think, or it's like around noonish maybe, or like in the morning. Time zones, trying to get the feels for everything. Yeah, noonish. Okay. Yeah, it's kind of crazy trying to keep up with everything. trying to remember where everyone is. We've been talking a lot about Australia right now. That's kind of been the topic of conversation. Also, by the way, you guys can technically just go see this in. I'm just an unhinged gremlin. Honestly, same. Honestly, same. I'm very much a night owl. I mean, when I'm modding for Pucks, it's like super late here. It's like past midnight. For like the past week, every time I try to gift a sub, it's saying my payment methods are not supported at all. That's so weird. That is frustrating. Sorry to hear that, mod. I'm clean and ready to chill. I did not miss the game. No, we've just been talking about Australia pretty much the entire time. It does not accept $1 dues, no. Speaking of Australia, I was cleaning out my storage room in my bedroom and I had to call my bestie for her to hold my hand through the phone. No! In case of spider, I don't blame you. Vix, welcome in, how are you? And I was surprised by a spider so tiny, it was just a little speck that moved. My reaction, I threw my phone and screamed. I don't blame you. I'm not a big spider fan either. Not a big spider fan here. I know most of them won't do anything, but I still don't like them. I think everything changed when one time I saw a spider that like, I looked at it and I could tell that its eyes looked at me. And I said, no. Had to bounce, not a problem, Wombat. I hope you have a great day. Thanks so much for hanging out with us and for subscribing and everything. It's so great to have you here. I'm sure if Puck streams tonight, I'm sure I'll see you there. If not, we should play Apex soon. Let's play some Apex. They've probably received their allotted $2 amounts for the month. I hope everyone in chat has a lovely day. Wombat, we'll see you again later. Thanks so much. So good to hang. Absolutely. Thanks for being here. That's kind of the same here, Kitty. And I live in Alaska. We don't have any like venomous creatures or anything, which is nice. So we like technically have spiders, but they're all very like small. I actually don't know the last time I saw one. It happens to me all the time if trying to pay via credit card. If I use PayPal, it goes through no problem. And he's using PayPal. I'm good. Glad work is done for the week now. It's been a rough week. How are you? I'm doing pretty good. Yeah, things haven't, no complaints here. Hope you have a wonderful day. Maybe try cards instead. Have a nice day, mate. Twitch doesn't like me using PayPal, but my cards work. Weird. Sometimes I have used both, and I currently have some people's subscriptions are on. Actually, no. I don't use PayPal. Some people's subscriptions go through my Amazon account, and then some of the subscriptions go through just my card. And it's because one time it just stopped working on my card, so it was you can just charge it through your Amazon, which goes to the same card. And I was like, okay, let's do that. So I get weird emails every time some of them subscribe. I was gonna mention, by the way, I was able to finish the first 2 months of sub badges for Pucks. They look so good. You should go see them. Hey, thank you so much for the bits. Thank you so much. Twitch doesn't like me using PayPal, but my card works. I believe we have one snake, one spider that are actually dangerous here. The spiders are cute till they are on me as a surprise. Yeah, no thanks. Dex Bonus, who's one of my favorite streamers, who's the streamer that inspired me to start streaming. She has a rule. She's like, I don't like spiders, but we leave them alone in the house except for 2 rules. She was like, there will not be a spider in my daughter's room, and there will not be a spider in my bed. Those are the 2 things. You can be anywhere else in the house, but those are the 2 rules. You cannot be in my daughter's room. You cannot be in my bed. Everywhere else, we'll leave you alone. We'll try to. She's trying to teach her daughter not to be scared of spiders and stuff. But she apparently, I guess, kind of grew up more hesitant around them. I used to have a mosquito net over my bed as a child for fear of spiders. I don't blame you. I don't blame you at all. But I think I can show you this. This is what the 1 month badge looks like in Pucks' stream. You can actually, should I show you this one? This is what it looks like in its actual size. It's going to be, so it's kind of hard to see now. I guess I should show you the bigger version. So the way it's gonna work is as your months continue, it's gonna fill up with a liquid in a certain color. And then I think we're gonna change it. I have to come up with different versions. That's once you get to year 2, then it's gonna be a different color or whatever. That's gonna match sort of his theme. But it looks so good, especially if you use dark mode. I feel like the mustache really pops in the chat. It looks so good. I'm so excited. I feel like it turned I already the idea was there, and I was it's a solid idea. But now seeing it, I'm okay, it actually looks good. It turned out I'm very happy with it. As long as I don't see them and I don't actively seek them out, but at the same time I can't see someone's face 1 meter away without glasses, but I can see that that tiny spider 15 meters of yeah, I feel that. 10 out of 10 sub badge. Thank you. It's I'm really excited of how well it turned out. I have to finish the rest of it filling up, and then once starting with blue, and then I'm making different ones for then 1.5, 2 year, 2.5, 3 year, etc. I have a very unwanted spidey sense. Almost wrote spicy, which is, yeah, exactly. I don't really have never really had a spider sense so much, but when I was very little, I lived in a place that had a lot of roaches, which I hate roaches, cannot stand them, and it's because of that. Very traumatized by roaches. And we don't really have roaches here in Alaska, which is lovely. But I had growing up a roach sense. That was my thing, is that I could just tell when they were around. And it was I don't know. It's bad. It was bad. I grew up in Saudi, and in rain season, one of our houses got flooded by roaches. No. Oh boy. I can almost always tell when there's a kangaroo in the room. Gosh, that's you see, that is another reason why I would love to visit Australia. I would love to see a kangaroo just out in the wild. I just want to see one. What are they doing out there? Like, what are they doing out there with their pouches and joeys and I don't know. It's just like, what are they up to? Just imagine walking into your kitchen and that cream white wall is suddenly black and white. No, thank you. No, thank you. The closest I've ever experienced to that is in college. I lived in a house and ended up becoming like rat infested. It was bad. It was bad. I had to make some questionable decisions, but I had to do what I had to do. They're just out there boxing. I'll be back soon. All right, Mon, we'll see you later. They just out there boxing, living their best life, and I don't blame them. By the way, we were going to start a game like 2 hours ago. I haven't turned it on, but you know what? It's one of those, Pux is very chatty. I am also very chatty. And sometimes we just don't end up playing a game at all. But we'll sit in the game category. I have no shame. I have no shame. What are games? This is a good question. We were going to play some Puzzle Agent. I do love some puzzle games. We started that yesterday. It's going to continue it today. I don't know if it's worth it, but at this point, but we'll see. Games? Yeah. Games. I need to figure out what we're going to play like next week. Dead Cells is the best game ever. I have played just a little bit of Dead Cells and I liked it. I have it on my PlayStation. I really liked it, but I didn't get super far. I think I played for like an hour and a half, and I was like, this is very fun. I will play more, and I just never did. I should go back to it at some point. Oh, this is an Aussie thing. This would be an Aussie phrase. Do you rate it? Do you say that, Shady? Puck says that, and I've heard other people say it too. But that's not like an American would, I don't think, ever say that. I've never heard of an American saying, do you rate it? I've got 365 hours on PC and a couple of hundred on my Switch. That's awesome. That's kind of like me with, I really enjoyed Wizard of Legend. And I played that a ton. A lot of people did not like that game. I absolutely loved it. I have played it on both my Switch and my PlayStation. I used to play it like every day for at least an hour. Love it. You would, okay, so I find that interesting because an American would say, oh, thank you so much for the bits. An American would say, how do you rate it? What would you rate it? I mean, I guess that is kind of what you're saying by do you rate it? How do you rate it? You're just dropping off how. Maybe that's why it sounds weird to me. Because yeah, he just says, do you rate it? And I've seen, he asked that, he was in chat one day and they're talking about a game and he asked someone, do you rate it? And they said, like a 4.5. It's, which is I think that's I didn't comment on that because I didn't want to make things awkward, but I was just like, that. I think that's hilarious. It's more binary. Yeah, it's a yes or no, which I find that very fascinating because I think when we hear rating, it's more of like, yeah, like 3 or 4 stars, you know, that kind of deal. I had to buy something to add a new payment method. Oh, what did you have to, like, buy thing? You had to buy something from Twitch? My Norwegian brain is just not comprehending this. Yeah, like I speak English, but yeah, well, we were talking a lot about Australia and just some of the different isms, I guess, the different language differences between how they speak versus how like Americans speak, and because I love the Aussie accent and like how they say stuff. I just think it's the coolest. But it's just funny because while I'm like modding, I'll listen to Pucks and I'll be like, that's so interesting. Like we don't say that, or I think that's cool or whatever. But like, rate it equals good or worthwhile. Yeah. So 100 bits it was, and guess who's my 4th favorite streamer who's online right now? Ayo. That might be me. You're not Crikey Core? I can't wait to tell that to Pucks. I also can't wait to share Rise Up Lights with him. If someone, especially a woman, started flirting with me and they're Aussie, they talk me out of, oh really? The Aussie accent is wonderful. The Aussie accent, I think, is like one of the coolest, hands down. But a lot of Aussies do not like their accent, as well as that Square guy, who's also an Australian streamer. He was telling me, and I can't remember what it's called. Let's see. There's a name for it, but there's like a thing where a lot of like specifically Australians have a thing where they have like an intense dislike of their own accent versus like even beyond people being like, I don't like the sound of my voice. Like it's a very specific, like it has like, there's even like a name for it. It has a thing. I think there's a Wikipedia article. He like linked it to me one time. Aussie Australian accent. If I think of it, I'll find it. Oh, wait, is this it? Yes, this is what it is, I think. Cultural cringe. And it was coined. Where is it? Where was it? That's what it is. It's cultural cringe. The term cultural cringe was coined in Australia after the Second World War by Melbourne critic and social commentator A.A. Phillips, and defined in an influential and highly controversial 1950 essay of the same name. It explored ingrained feelings of inferiority that the local intellectuals struggled against, and which were most clearly pronounced in the Australian theatre, music, art, and letters. Trying to see where the definition of it is. The fields of cultural studies and social anthropology, cultural cringe is an internalized inferiority complex that causes the people of a country to dismiss their own culture as inferior, cringe-inducing, when compared to the cultures of other countries. In anthropology, cultural cringe is related to the concept of colonial mentality. I guess that's not as related here, but moreover, at a personal level, cultural cringe also is manifested as a cultural alienation. Anyway, there's a much longer article, but yeah, that's what it was. That's what he was talking about. And so I find that really interesting. I find that very interesting. Orzy? Is that supposed to be, what is Aussie? Is that like, is that done? Did I say that? Also, did you catch that I said Melbourne at first and then stopped and tried to correct myself? I have cultural cringe when it comes to my own Norwegian accent. Really? I can't stand hearing it in media. Interesting. That's it. I do listen to. There we go. There we go. See, Vix can confirm that he had talked about it. I think it's a universal thing. I guess he was. I mean, I don't know. I don't know if it's a universal thing. I would say generally Americans are probably don't have cultural cringe. A lot of them tend to be very proud, you know. I have cultural superiority complex. I think we're better than everyone. That's hilarious. I like that. That's honestly like, you're describing the American mentality. There's probably some, like, I would say some Americans probably find certain parts of like their subculture as being kind of cringy maybe. But like, for example, like Southern, like I just said that I grew up in the South, but I fought to not have a Southern accent. Like I tried very hard to like develop an accent that was very neutral. So like there's probably things like that. But this seems to be very, like, specific. Like, in the Wikipedia article for cultural cringe, it says by country, and there's only a few listed. And it says Australia, Brazil, Canada, Dominican Republic, New Zealand, and Scotland. And they have little bits about each of them. Hold on. Anyway. But I find that very interesting. I find that very, very, very interesting. But like, I think the Australian accent is super cool. Like, everything you got. I don't know. I think you guys just make everything sound cool and like laid back and chill. And I don't know. I just like it. My Norwegian dialect is very harsh. It's proven that my dialect is literally damaging to vocal cords. We have a very guttural R sound. I don't really know like any Norwegian, I don't think. I'm sure I've heard it, but like that's very fascinating. Do you default over there to Melbourne, how it's spelled, Jet? Because here we just say Melbourne as well. Yes, I read it how it's spelled. And I think that's because that's like, we would say, I mean, most Americans, if they don't know, would say, what's like a English town with shire at the end? Hold on. Like we would say, we would say like, wait, how do you say it? We would say, well, is it Yorkshire? That's what it is. A lot of Americans would probably initially say Yorkshire. So that's why a lot of Americans say Melbourne. But I've had to learn to say Melbourne. And again, I lower my voice every time I deepen my voice every time I say something with an Australian accent for some reason. It's how I get into like character. Melbourne. I don't know how it'd actually be. I don't think I'd be able to keep that up if I was talking with an Australian accent, though. Let's see. I'm a little disappointed. I'm not actually from Australia, but I came in pretty early in my life, picked up a little bit of the accent, but it's not very heavy. And the whole sayings thing specific to Australia, I don't really know a lot of them. Oh, that's fine. That's fine. Were you born in South Africa? I know you've said you're Portuguese, but you've also said that you lived in South Africa, so I don't know the order of things. Just compared to other dialects in Norway, we have a lot of different dialects. You could take a 20-minute train ride and we'll have a hard time. Really? Oh, that's fascinating. You spend more than 3 weeks there. You're Australian. We have 4 main dialects and then so many branches that go off of these, and we have 2 written. Wow. It's been 28 years. Then alas, you are an Aussie. My commiserations. Have you heard some of the crazily named towns here? I'm sure I've heard some of them, but like what? We say Yorkshire. Yorkshire. By the way, have you heard of people calling each other? Is it smoosh? Apparently that's a new thing. Apparently it's like apparently that originates, I think, in England. I'm fairly positive. People are saying smoosh now. The kids are saying smoosh to say like friend or something. Do you know what I'm talking about? Any smooshes in the chat? Our dialects depend on whether you were up in the mountains or down in the valleys. Wow, that's so cool. I find that interesting. Americans have different like accents, and the differences between those accents, people usually understand what they're talking about. It's not. I don't know if they're considered full dialects. I don't think they are. So it's different to like hear how some of that goes. That's kind of like because I studied Japanese in college. Like hearing about different Japanese dialects, I think is very fascinating. Some of them are very distinct from each other, and just the way they either end sentences can be different, or the way they like form their sentence structure and all that kind of stuff would be similar to like Cockney, like rhyming slang versus like just kind of like a standard English. I don't know. The big one is probably Fart Mountain. That's not real, is it? That's not real. That's not real. Hold on. I don't think that's real. It's not popping up. When I search for Fart Mountain, Australia, it's not coming up. It did pop up with the top result is, this is why you fart more at high altitude. So, you know. They're around 250. Wow, that's crazy. I was born in South Africa. Both my parents are Portuguese, and because my dad is Portuguese, I automatically became a Portuguese national. Wow, that's awesome. I know a lot of countries have sort of like dual citizenship stuff. Drimpleton, Bungo Dongo. I love that. Woolumulu. I feel like that was like you accidentally made me like cast a spell of some kind. It's like that. It's really old Family Guy episode where they make Alex Trebek say his name backwards and he like gets teleported out, like, or he gets thrown into some portal. The real interesting part, even though I was born in South Africa, as soon as you leave South Africa, all ties are severed. Really? Even just by leaving. Like, so I know America does not acknowledge dual citizenship. You can have dual citizenship while you're here, but you're like either American or you're not. That's kind of how they wow. Is that? I'm sure I said it. I'm sure I said that right. But so like, if you become an American and you have like dual citizenship elsewhere, it doesn't remove that. But I don't think like America doesn't like, really acknowledge it or anything. We have 2 towns I can think of off the top of my head in Norway. There's Hell. People like to go there. Oh, in winter and take a sign. We have a Hell, Michigan, Minnesota, I think. And then there's one slightly closer to me. Oh, dang. Let's see. Well, you have to declare the reason you're leaving. If you're on holidays, all good. If you're leaving for good, out comes the chopping block. Oh, boy. So you are... Okay. Wait, Fart Mountain? Oh, Wooloo... Wait, where was that? Okay, there we go. Okay. Copy. How to say pronunciation. Oh, perfect. Woolloomooloo? Is that it? Woolloomooloo? Woolloomooloo. Let's listen to it slow. You guys can't hear it, so I'm gonna listen to it slow. Oh gosh, Woolloomooloo. Yeah, I definitely would not have gotten there on my own. Hold on. There's also another. There's a YouTube video now that I'm listening to. Let's hear it, or let me hear it. It's loading. It's taking its sweet time. Wait for it. Oh gosh, that's right. Hold on. This guy is explaining what the town is, but I just want to hear the name. Woolloomooloo. Woolloomooloo. Yeah, I would not have. It is very fun to say. I do agree. I would not. Looking at it, Woolloomooloo. Yeah, that wouldn't have been my first guess, obviously, because it wasn't. It literally was not my first guess. Interessant. Gosh, we've learned a lot here today. We've learned a lot. But man, I need to figure out some way. I need to like brainstorm how I'm gonna get to visit Australia one day, because that would be so much fun. I've met so many awesome people. Thank you for that hydrate. I've met so many awesome people through Twitch. And I feel like, I don't know, I want to go hang out with all of them. We've got like so many Aussie streamers that, I don't know, I've just been able to like get to know and hang out with. And going to bed, Kitty, have a good night. Thanks so much for stopping in. We'll see you around. Thanks so much. And thank you for the bits and for the sub. So nice. Yeah, oh gosh. Pala Mala Walla? Oh no. I don't even know. I don't even, so many, yeah, for sure. Yeah, we have some interesting names here in Alaska. Mostly because of our, a lot of villages and towns are named with Native Alaskan tribal languages, depending on which like tribes were or are in those areas. So we have some that I like struggle to pronounce because I still feel new to Alaska, even though I've lived here for 12 years, but I haven't like explored a lot of it. Same, a lot of interesting because they're Aboriginal. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. But still, that's cool. But gosh, yeah, I really want to visit. We'll figure out something. Can I? Does Throne allow plane tickets in New Zealand? Te Reo Maori, indigenous language, often pronounces WH as a F sound. Interesting. There's one town here that has so many O's and N's, I just can't remember the name of it. So, spelled WHARE is Fare. Interesting. That's super interesting. It would be cool to visit New Zealand and kind of get to see some of that too. And anyway, there's a famous town here called... That's fair. That's gotta be fun. That's gotta be fun. Oh boy. Oh, there's another meme that I have that I've been meaning to post in Pux's Discord, and I haven't yet. It makes me laugh every time I see it. Hold on. Here, I'm gonna post. Well, it's so good. Hold on. How can I get this onto my computer? Gosh, this would be funny if you guys just did not like this. Hold on. Why is Gmail not showing up on here? Hold on. Okay, everyone hold on. I can promise you this is not worth it. Albums. It's so good. Okay, hold on. Now, okay. To endless amusement of tourists. Yeah, I bet. I bet. All right, where did I send that? Wait for it. Okay, please appreciate this because I took too long to get this. I went through the effort. Please appreciate this meme. Eucalyze legalyptus. That's so fun to say. Look at its face. It looks, oh gosh, it's so funny to me. It's one of my favorites. If I need a good laugh, this is what I look at. Because also eucalyze legalyptus. That's just a fun like mouth sound to me. And then you just have him slightly leaning back. I will. I'm gonna post it to the to Pux's Discord later. It's so good. Eucalyze legalyptus. Oh man. Oh, I love it. It's so. Oh gosh. I think the first time I saw that, I just lost it. I just kept laughing to myself for a very long time. I recently went through a lot of the memes on my phone, and I found so many good ones that I had forgotten about. I really need to post more of these. I'm gonna actually post, hold on. Is this good content? Me posting in someone else's Discord? I'm gonna post a couple of other ones first in Pux's Discord. I know you guys are there. I know you guys are there. Whoops, that's not the right. There you go. Albums. Which ones do I want to send? We're gonna send. Gonna send that one. We're also gonna send. Let's have one meme posted. Also gonna post I'm also gonna post this one. That's great. It says I'm tired, so unbelievably tired, so hilariously and alarmingly tired, and it's this like 80s. Oh, it's so good. All right, hold on. I'll send one more, and then I'll wait for the right time for and like tomorrow I'll post the eucalyptus legalyptus. I have I have this other one. I have this other one that I really want to use sometime. That but I need the right moment. I need the right time to respond to somebody with this. But it is a screen cap of Twilight, where. It's a screen cap of Twilight where Robert Pattinson and whatever her face is they're in the forest, and I think I don't know if I've never watched Twilight. I don't know if he at some point says "as if you can run from me," but in this meme it's that line, but he is like they've like cut out Sonic, and so it's like. I don't know why I'm explaining a meme. It's not funny that way. But you'll see it eventually. Anyway, it makes me laugh because it looks so serious. And there's this Sonic. It's a Sonic Robert Pattinson, and he's saying, as if he could run from me. Oh, boy. Anyway. I'd post some pictures of kangaroos that I found during my adventures, but I'm not sure that they'd be really family friendly. You can post them in Pux's. I'm sure he would enjoy that. I'll appreciate it over there. Anyway, that meme just got me just thinking about it. I need to find some opportunity to use it. Hold on, let me make sure those posted. Let's see. Yeah, they did. Okay. Babe, are you okay? You barely touched your Nachosaurus. Okay. All right. Well, I don't think we're gonna get to a game today. I don't think we got it. That's okay. We'll probably end here in like 15 minutes or so, maybe 15 20. So I heard something about a game. Yeah, I don't think we're gonna get it today. But you know, we can continue it on Monday. It's fine. How you said today was your last day where you have to go in early, is that right, Emmers? By the way, I've been craving pizza. I feel like I might have to do something about that today. But I've been trying to eat a lot better. But sometimes pizza's just better, you know? Don't argue with me. One thing I do have to prepare you for when you come to Australia. Death? Is that what you're gonna say? Because I'm prepared. I'm always prepared. I've already threatened to beat up Puck, so yes, I am prepared to face death. If you ever hear, do you want some dead horse with that? Always say yes. Okay. Okay. I don't know what that means. Put that on shuffle. Pizza's always good. I agree. But the thing is that I always buy, so I always get a large and then I eat it over the next few days. So it's like, it's a lot of pizza. It's a lot of pizza in the long run, but it goes well with pies and sausage rolls. Interesting. What did you say? Dead Horse. Okay. Dead Horse is the name of a town here in Alaska. It's actually a very important town for the state, anyways. Let's see. So, by the way, some of my games on Steam are currently on sale. I'm looking at them. It's tomato sauce. It's rhyming slang. How do you guys say dead horse? Wait a minute. Wait, is Australian for ketchup tomato sauce? I've never really got it, but yeah, some people call it that. Dead horse. Red sauce? Maybe. That would kind of make sense. We're learning so much today. But we've really upped our Crikey Core stats. We've put some extra skill points in the Crikey Core today. And I'm okay with that. I'm very okay with that. Well, do you guys have anything fun this weekend planned? I'm trying to convince myself. Bobalicious, welcome in. We have a raid. Hello, how's it going? The chipmunks have arrived. Isidria, welcome in. How's it going? Wolf Viking, hello, a Bobo raid.
Bearded men
and it's Blake. Thanks so much for the follow.
Favorite streamer.
We have a new thing in the channel today. Hey, thank you so much for the hydrate. We have a new raid video that I have to play because you guys raided in. Before we do that, let me give you a shout out here. How was your stream? What were you playing? So I have a thing to show you because I made a new video where we're gonna play it after we get a raid, and chat has not seen it yet, and so you guys are gonna be the first people. How is Grand Theft Auto? And let me drop you a follow there. Well, okay, I have a video for you. It is under a minute. I made it a point that it would be under a minute because the last time I said I was going to make a video that was under a minute ended up being about 4. This is legitimately under a minute, so I hope you guys are ready. So, wait. Oh, I did. I'm so sorry. It's because of I was looking at that and then thinking about the video I had to play. Bobalicious, I'm so sorry. I'm a good streamer. I don't know if you've heard. This is actually, this is going to be, this video is then going to be very apt, in fact. So, how are you? Under a minute? No. You guys will hear. One, I'm so sorry that I shouted out the wrong person. We're doing very good today. All right, here's our new video. There's really not a setup for this besides that it's going to be a part of a series of videos that will eventually randomly play as the button is pressed, but I only have one video at this time, so we only have one. So anyway, enjoy this introduction to me and the channel. Hi Raiders, I'm Jet, your 4th favorite streamer. Yeah, 4th. I'm like that extra napkin in your takeout bag. Not really necessary, but you can throw me in the glove box to sneeze into one day. Are you looking for an exciting streamer, or perhaps just someone good looking? Well, if you want the rush of watching paint dry, I'm your Picasso. As for my looks, I'm a 4 out of 10 on a good day. Imagine a potato cosplaying as a slightly less impressive potato. Throw a beard on that and you've got me. I may not be winning any beauty contest, but at least I can confidently claim the title of worst. If you want the best content, then look elsewhere. Follow the streamers I just linked in chat. They are much more likable than me. But hey, if you're into the rugged charm of a crumpled paper bag, then hit that follow button with a reluctant sigh, because I can promise you this. Buckle up for a family-friendly adventure that's like watching me make a friend. It's slow, it's messy, and yet uncomfortably heartfelt. Catch you on the flippy flip. So, yeah. I hope that gave you a little bit of an introduction to what you can expect here. Because that's what we've got now. But okay, hold on. I can now do the other shout out. Because it was on cooldown because I shouted out the wrong person. Bubblicious. There we go. Dropping you the follow. What were you playing? Hold on. You're playing Valheim. How is Valheim? I'm going to fight Jet. There we go. You're doing the same thing now that I say about bugs. All the I'm just very self-deprecating. You guys know that. We all know that. I couldn't stop laughing. This is the best thing I've ever seen. Okay, excellent. That's good. I think it's hilarious. There's part of me that's like, man, chat's gonna hate it. They're gonna be like, I hate all of this self-deprecation. I seriously need to make something like that. My channel is also random. Yes, I typically haven't had like a raid video or something, but I make usually a video around for my streamiversary, and we play it for like a month. And I kind of missed having something. Oh, I did forget something because of all of this. This is what we typically do. Bubblicious and friends, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in. There was so much that I was doing, shouting out the wrong people, needing to remember to do this raid thing. Forgot about this. Friends, if you would like a fist bump, please go ahead and punch your screen on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3, wha-bam. But yeah, I was like, I kind of got used to playing a video during our last streamiversary, and I was like, oh, I kind of want something else. But I think what I'm gonna do is we're gonna have, I'm gonna record a couple of different videos for that. They're all gonna be raid connections, and which I don't know if you could tell what I was going for, because this might be a very niche thing. But do you guys know, like, the late 80s, early 90s VHS dating tapes? Do you guys know what I'm talking about? That people used to do? That's what I was going for. We're like, that was sort of like it was the thing people did. They would like record a video. You would like, I guess you would, do you buy the video? I don't even know where people would get these. Anyway, and it'd be like a bunch of like eligible people doing like personal ads, and they would like introduce themselves to it. That's what I was going for. But anyway, I'm gonna make a few other versions of that, sort of, with some different things. And I think you guys might like the other ones better because I think they'll be less self-deprecating. But anyway, but how was your stream? How did it go? Clearly, you're not my 4th favorite streamer. I went AFK, came back the last 2 seconds. No, yeah, it'll be on the VOD. It'll be on the VOD. And it's actually clippable because it's only a minute. Or less than a minute. You underestimate your position in my favorite streamers list. I'm 4th. That's what we aim for. Talked about fighting earlier. I think it's funny, but I'm going to fight you. Perfect. It was great. I'm in a building competition for a month until the 12th. We are all building a library. Mine has an elvish look. It is coming out so awesome. That sounds incredible. I've actually never played Valheim, but it is on my list because I think it'd be so much fun. It looks like such a great game. That's so cool. Do you enjoy like base building? Are you a big like base builder fan? Because I find it very fun, and I think I would enjoy that about Valheim. Also, elves are cool, so I feel like elvish anything would just be dope. I enjoy my self-deprecation. It's too me. It's too me. I have to do it. It's how I live. It's how I cope through everything. I vaguely remember this being a thing. Sorry, I was born in 2014. I was born in the 80s, but like I was too young to participate in such a thing. But I still know what they are. There's YouTube videos that you can like watch them, that people have like saved them. I know what you're talking about, but only because I've seen it on American TV shows. You might aim for fourth, but you've hit a bit higher. Oh no, I've made my mistake. Oops. Not me accidentally clicking things.
You got bamboozled.
Mon! Thank you so much for gifting 5 subs. Shino7, Eon Twine, Smadjet? It's like cut off. Sir Sassy Panda and Crispy Quackers. If you were gifted a sub, please make sure to say thank you. That is so kind of you. Mon, thank you so much. However, Mon, you know that's dangerous. Gifting out so many subs. Because sometimes, because sometimes bad things happen, or not bad things happen, but sometimes things happen. Let's see, where's my camera? Where's my camera? Aha, yes. Sometimes things happen. Valheim is my favorite. It's my favorite game. I love the whole look. I really want to play it. I added it to, so I just got a Steam Deck, and I'm usually stream on a Mac, and so I have not really purchased a lot of Steam games. But I think I added Valheim to my wish list because I really want to pick it up. But Mon, gifting 5 subs, that's very dangerous. Very, very dangerous.
Suddenly, things become quiet.
Wait, Eon is your
Outside,
brother?
Trees rustle and sway. A breeze tugs at your hair as you feel the ground below you shake.
Oh no.
Oh no. You know what it is.
What is
A
it?
big gifter.
A big gifter? Mon! Thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. You didn't need to do that. That was so kind of you. And now we have just lasers shooting out of the ground, the generosity, the uncontrollable, unnecessary generosity. Thank you so much. That was so kind. So if you were gifted a sub, scrolling back. We've already advanced to the big frog. Shino7, Eon Twine, Smash Jet, Sir Sassy Panda, and Crispy Quackers. Make sure you say thank you because that is so kind of Mon and unnecessary. But look, we've got all these frogs now. We had Big Gifter, now we have Big Frogs. Look at all these frogs. So many frogs. All the frogs. So Mon, you did this. Chat, you did this. But at least I didn't get hit by a laser or anything. Frog, get out of here. Get out of here. But anyway, Mon, thank you so much. It's unnecessary, but very much appreciated. So thank you. Hold on, let me make sure I didn't miss anything. I might have. He is your brother. That is crazy. That's awesome. I didn't know that. Let's see, he's a wizard too. He's moving without doing anything. It's so true. Sometimes I just shrink. But okay, so it's one of your favorite games. That's so cool. How does the competition work? How many other people? Wait a minute. Also, it didn't play the thing because something's broken. Hold on. It didn't play the alert sound. It's gonna play all of your alert sounds again because my Stream Deck crashed. So enjoy hearing all of your sounds again. Mon, 10 gifted subs. Tondanau, Rosenberger, Cargweeb, Bubblicious, IT Bag Grannies, there we go. Maluna Play, Jar Jar Joel, Magenta, Salty Ronnie, 8-Bit Blood. If you were gifted a sub, please make sure to say thank you. Mon, unnecessary, but thank you so much. That is incredibly kind of you. Goodness. Mon, you know the problem of doing this. Because then sometimes the other thing happens. I said the other
Suddenly,
version of the thing happens.
Things become quiet. Outside, trees rustle and sway. A breeze tugs at your hair as you feel the ground below you shake. Oh no.
Again?
You know what it is.
Mon, no.
A big gifter.
A big gifter? Mon, again! Why? Why? You don't have to do that. It is unnecessary. But thank you guys so much for just being here and hanging out and lounging with me. You don't need to do that. It is unnecessary. But thank you for all the gifted subs. Now we get some bee cat up in here. We had a bee gifter. Now we had then a big frog. And then we had another bee gifter. Now we have a big cat. So, Mom, thank you so much. Look at all these cats. Look at all these. Is my cam supposed to go away? I don't think so. Right? I think I'm supposed to be on camera. I don't know why it went away. But thank you so much. Look at these precious little catos and lions and stuff. Thank you so much for all that. You don't need to do that at all. But thank you so much for all the generosity. You're crazy. Thank you. But hey, at least I didn't get hit by a laser. Look, what's the frog doing here? Ugh. So yeah. Thank you, thank you for all of that. Wow, we just, what? Again? Why did that happen? Okay, everything is broke for some reason. Why did that happen? That kind of scared me, actually. But hello, everybody. I hope you're having a great day. I don't know if you were able to answer, Boblicious, but like, how many other people are competing? How does that work? I'm scrolling back to see if I missed. Oh gosh, but it's, hold on. Scrolling. I don't think so. Also, let me put you guys back on the screen and also play some music so we're not sitting here in silence. Should we test all the things the cats want to fight you to? Apparently they do. I'm an enabler, so yes. I'm gonna grab food, enjoy food, Valk. And again, friends, want to make sure you guys, if you haven't, please go drop Boblicious a follow and check out the build they're doing, because that sounds awesome. I kind of want to see it. I love Elvish anything. Whenever I play D&D, I'm usually either a half elf or an elf. If I was doing I was actually just saying yesterday that I would love to play like a Lord of the Rings game, but a good one. And if I could choose, I would definitely be a an elf. I think elves are kind of the best, TBH. Also, let me move myself just a little bit that way. Oh gosh, you guys, what are you guys trying to break? What are you guys trying to break? We are 6 people right now, I think, and there are 3 Steam card prices. To the top 3 winners, that's dope. What about playing Gollum? I mean, yeah, man, nice try.
Is this a murder?
Man, it makes this.
Why
It's
am I
actually
hearing
on
yes?
sale, by the way. Gollum is currently $15 right now on the PlayStation Store, and and Puck's stream yesterday. I was like, "Is it time? Do I purchase it?" And he was like, "Don't. Still not worth it." That's basically what he said, and I was like, "Okay, okay." But look, I just want to buy the $6. For those that don't know, the Gollum game has a $6 DLC for emotes that I guess Gollum can then do in game. I'm just so curious what those emotes are. That is super cool. I can't wait to see the build that you're doing. Absolutely do not. Like, what do we think those are? I don't remember if it's, it actually does not say what the emotes are in the description of the item. I posted in the Gollum game subreddit and asked them what it was, did not get a response. And so I am just so curious. Is it just him saying like precious potatoes? You have no friends? I can't think of, I don't even know if they can be lines from the movie. Like, they're not connected to the movie, so surely it's not. It's probably gonna be like, adjacent phrases. What would be not, and maybe instead of potatoes, it's gonna be like, tomatoes. I just uploaded the VOD in case you want to check it out. Yeah, absolutely. I cannot wait to see it. I think that's gonna be cool. It does, Valheim, because I've only seen like some basic gameplay. Like I've seen some people fight like some of the bosses, and I've seen like a base or two. Are there like different building parts or like themes? And is that like, are you using like Elvish themed materials to build that? I guess so I like base building. The only game that I really do some base building in, which is very basic, is No Man's Sky. And so that's kind of the only thing I have to compare it to, I guess, which is the way they do it is like you can unlock like, there's like a timber themed thing, so it's all wooden. And then they have like a stone themed and a metal, I think it's just like metal themed. Kind of looks cyberpunky, I guess. But so I'm curious, does Valheim have like, is that how it's separated, or like, are you building an Elvish design just out of what the parts that they give you that maybe are not themed Elvish? How does that kind of work? And I assume you would recommend Valheim, by the way, because I do, right? Because I'm trying to, I've been like, should I buy it? Should I get it? Again, Mon, thank you so much for the 15 gifted subs. We were playing in creative mode though, and no, I just put things together. That is cool. That is great. I think that's awesome then. I can't wait to see that. Not a base building game. Animal Crossing though. I played a lot of Animal Crossing. That's sort of the fun thing, I think, sometimes, is when you're like, I'm gonna come up with a theme, and you're limited to the items that they have. But like sometimes you're able to pull something off, and I feel like that's so cool. So that makes me then even more excited to check it out. When you can like manipulate what you have to then do that, I think that's so cool. I can't wait to see that. I have Animal Crossing. My theme is pink on my island. Ooh, who are your favorite villagers? Do you have favorites? My favorite is Boomer, the penguin. He's a lazy penguin. He's actually my tier 3 emote. He's like a pilot penguin. He's my favorite, absolute favorite. He was on my New Leaf village. I met him there, and then when I got New Horizons, I was like, he has to be on my island. And he's been there as soon as I could scan in amiibo cards. He was there, and he has remained. He's just the best. Valheim is 100% a great game to get. 10 out of 10 would recommend. Good to hear. I need to look into that then. Woof, 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 I don't know. Or do you know? Or do you know, Wolf? I actually have, so all of my villagers are either jocks or lazies, because they're my favorites. So I have Boomer, Sasha, Kurt, Kid Cat. Who else is on there? Who am I forgetting? Snake, Rudy, Axel, who's a jock. He was one of my starting villagers, and he's just stayed. Judy, yeah, she's like the cotton candy bear, yeah. Or because of I say cotton candy because she's like split, and she looks very cotton candy color-ish, I guess. Pastel? I don't know if that's the right word. Yeah, totally, absolutely. Great pick. Boomer is special. He's just fun. Do you like cotton candy? I actually really do. Never played Animal Crossing. I don't know if you would like it. It is not a game for everyone, but I absolutely love it. You kind of have to just make your own fun with it, I sort of think. I'm still evicting some of the villagers with the wrong color. Oh, so you're even, oh, that's interesting. So even all of the villagers are gonna be pink too. I see. Cotton candy's the bomb. I love cotton candy. I have a bit of a sweet tooth. I feel like I'm missing out on a whole bunch of games not getting any Nintendo consoles games since the 64. Maybe. I mean, there's some great like Mario and Legend of Zelda games and stuff, even from like the GameCube era. I know Iron Pucks was saying that he has not played a Mario game besides like Mario 64, maybe. I would love to see him try out Odyssey because it's a very fun game and it's a very good Mario game, I think. Animal Crossing is very Stardew, and he does, but I feel like there's more of like a story and driving force in Stardew, whereas with Animal Crossing, you're just sort of like, you have an island, do with it what you want. And so it kind of is more about like decorating and kind of perfecting your island than it is about any kind of like, again, I think it's, you have to have your own drive to want to play it and like to make it fun. Whether it's like, I want to get the right villagers, or I want to decorate my island in a certain way, or I want to unlock everything, or I want to catch all of the fish and stuff. It's difficult. I think I have 4 out of 10 pink villagers. That's awesome. That's so cool. There's another streamer, friend of ours named Ella Shroom, and we're watching her the other day. She's making a Buffy the Vampire Slayer island, which I think is fantastic. And I grew up watching Buffy, love Buffy, and she's making a Sunnydale, and it's like, it's the coolest thing. When she has like, so I guess she like comes with themes for the island like that. Like, I'm gonna make it based off of a show or something. And then she tried to choose villagers that would like match the different characters, and I was like, oh, that is so much fun. The beginning AC is very collection based. That's a good point. Yes, because you can collect like all the fish and stuff. Not sure if I have the patience for perfect. Yeah, that's fair. I think, yeah. And again, it doesn't have like a big drive. I will say I am very excited for Fantasy Life, which is supposed to be coming out this year. Maybe it might not be coming out this year. And I say that just because they haven't announced anything. besides the earlier announcement this year. But Fantasy Life, I think, is going to be very good for a lot of people who are like, I'm interested in Animal Crossing, but I want something a little bit more driven, maybe. Because if you guys haven't seen, it's like you have your own island, you can decorate it, but you have job classes that they call lives in this game. And each life or job class, you will eventually, if you play it at all, you will eventually have all of the jobs and level them up and whatever. But the way it works is you can be a blacksmith to make swords and stuff. So that way, you can, like, one of the other jobs is to be like a fighter, in which you then go out. There's like enemies that you can go fight, but then from that you get like their parts, and then you can go back to the town, and then with their parts you can like become a chef and then cook stuff with that, which then maybe buffs your fighting capability. Like it's very synergized. It's also gonna have multiplayer, so you're gonna be able to fight with your friend, like not fight with your friends, but like go on little excursions with your friends. But you can decorate your island and all that sort of stuff. And I was like, that seems like I can't wait to play that. It's one of the games that I'm most looking forward to for the next little bit, because I think it'll be like kind of Animal Crossing reminiscent, but it'll give me something more focused to do, which we played Animal Crossing for about a year. I think we pretty much played most of the first year together. I would... but towards the end of that, I kind of started losing, like, direction when we would stream Animal Crossing. Like, I wouldn't know exactly what to do, because we hadn't really... we'd kind of done everything. Like, I had unlocked most of the items. I was very happy with my villagers, so I didn't want to like go villager hunting. I was very content with my island, so I didn't really want to change very much, but I didn't really know what to do. But I think having something where it's like you can go on missions and you need to go get items or whatever, like that seems like that'll be a fun thing to do, especially if you can do that with people. I've never had a perfect island. I've never collected all things either. I've only completed the fossil collection in the museum in one of the AC games. I think that's totally fine. And again, I think that's like Animal Crossing can be a lot of different things for people. And for some people it's the collectathon. For some people it's just kind of making their island the most cozy or however they want for them, or I don't know. There's you kind of make your own goals. And I think that's great. But a lot of people would absolutely hate that. Kind of, I would say No Man's Sky, which I really love, has a story, has some side missions, has some things you can do. But after a certain point, like it is kind of a survival game when you're starting off, but after a certain point, it's really just about exploration and whatever it is that you want to do. And so you kind of have to make your own objective. So for me, it's always like, I want to find like a planet specifically for a certain type of base, or like, I've been looking for white grass planets because they're very rare, and trying to find like the perfect one, because since they're all procedurally generated planets, you might get one that's like really close, but it's like it's missing one thing or whatever. So I don't know. I just like, depending on the game, I can make my own fun with it. But I guess I already have to like enjoy the mechanics of it or whatever. But I never know what to build. Not the best at designing stuff. The part of my island I'm most proud of is my Christmas tree. Oh, right. I think I remember seeing that. I think I remember you posted a picture of that in the Discord. But friends, thank you so much for hanging out with me today. One, again, Bobalicious, thank you so much for the raid earlier. We were, I wasn't sure if, so the raid video was new. I wasn't sure if we were going to get a raid today, because I was like, not going to show it to you guys until we get a raid. So thank you so much for for doing that, because it's very special. Glad that they're finally able to see that. I'm going to Maybe, I don't know if I'll post in the Discord. Maybe you guys will just have to wait and see. Puzzle Agent is such a great game to chat through. It really is. We'll be back on Monday with more, and hopefully I'll actually get to the game. But we were just chatty today, because you guys know I like that. No, Mon! No! 20 gifted subs! Oh my goodness, Mon. Soul Question, more cowbell, Queen Kantara. Oh gosh. Dr. Sliders, Yi-sama, Hidden Intent, Deeves, my Aussie friend. Dark Leon, RE2, Crew Chief Mark, It's Blake, Rutabaga Dude, Shady, Ethereal Pollux, Tigress Genia, Sluggy McSlug, Demi or Demi, your MC, there we go. Wolf Viking, Rudy5453, Don't Play Like I Do, Rigatoni. If you were gifted a sub, please make sure to thank Mon, because you did not need to do that. I thought I was going to be able to sneak away without you doing anything. All the subs. Mon, you have given Carrie the 35 today? You've given 35 subs today? Mon. Wow, thank you, exactly. Goodness. Yeah, for sure. Mon, you didn't need to do that. That is so kind of you. So unnecessary. If you would like a fist bump, please go ahead and punch your screen on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3, wha-bam. Only 35? Yeah, because I think we did... Right, or did you give one more earlier? Yeah, you gave 35. We're at 41 for today because of the other people who resubbed. Right? 20 plus 10, that's 30, plus the 5, that's 35. Right? How does one... Yeah, it's 35. It even says it up on the leaderboard. I can read things. Yeah, Mon, thank you so much. You caught some awesome people that give subs. Yeah, for sure. All the subs. Yeah, Mon is a monster. No, but we have to, Mon. That's the thing, is we have to. Let's see. JK, it seems like you want to... I'm head out. It's 3 in the morning. Yes, Boblicious, please go get some sleep. Thank you so much for the raid and hanging out with us. I can't wait to check out your stream and see the build, because that is crazy. I bet it's gonna look so good. So have a good night. Get some rest, please. Take care of yourself. No, Mon, that is absolutely insane. We have to do the thing. We can't not do the thing. I'm out to Wolf Viking. Thank you so much for the for coming in and hanging out with us. I appreciate having you here. So I hope you have a wonderful, wonderful evening or day, time zone. Mon. There we go.
Suddenly, things become quiet. Outside, trees rustle and sway. A breeze tugs at your hair as you feel the ground below you shake. Oh no.
Oh no.
You know what it is. A big gifter.
Again? A big gifter! Mon! Goodness, Mon! In total, 35 subs? On a single day? Ah! Mom, thank you so much. If you were gifted a sub today, please make sure you say thank you. Rigatoni, Don't Play Like I Do, Rudy, Wolf Viking, Demi D, Sluggy, Tigress, Ethereal, Shady, Rutabaga Dude, Blake, Crew Chief Mark, Dark Leon Deebs, Hidden Intent, Sama, Sliders, Kantara, more Cowbell, Soul Question. Thank you guys so much. Unnecessary, but we got frogs now, so at least we have our frogs. that cat. Thank you so much. It's so unnecessary. But thank you for saving me from the big gifter, because I didn't get hit by a laser or. Get out of here. Get out of here. Unbelievable, Mon. You don't need to do that. You don't need to do that, but thank you. I feel like we should also... I mean, it's because so much happened. Sassy! Oh my gosh, Sassy! Is it gonna read it to me, please?
$1 for each sub gifted by Mon is equal to $35, which is the same as a pizza. So have a pizza. It is the same as a pizza. I was talking about getting a pizza earlier. Sassy! Thank you so much for the $35. Goodness, what is happening? What is happening? I haven't even had a chance to resize my...
Suddenly, things become quiet. Outside,
Again?
trees rustle.
Why is everything suddenly becoming
A
quiet?
breeze tugs at your hair as you
So
feel
much
the
is
ground below
suddenly
you shake.
happening.
Oh no.
Why does the ground keep
You
shaking?
know what it is.
I know what it
A
is.
big gifter.
It's a big gifter. Sassy! Thank you so much for the $35. I will go get a pizza tonight because I am very much craving a pizza. So thank you so much. That's so unnecessary. Your chat likes you. That's what's happening. You totally deserve it. Wait. I just saw that. Mon said, you totally deserve it. You're absolutely fantastic and you are a great contributor. So many communities you absolutely need some love too. Thank you so much, Mon. That's so nice of you to say. And Sassy, thank you so much for the $35. Unnecessary, but look, now we have all these cats to celebrate. Don't Play Like I Do. Thank you for the gifted sub. Don't Play Like I Do. How are you doing? I hope you're having a great day. Mine just dropped a ton of subs. Sassy gave $35. Thank you so much. You guys don't need to do stuff like that, but thank you. I appreciate it, but at least we get to celebrate with all these cats. With all these cats now. Because at least I don't get hit by a laser. It also balanced out. The two, it did. We actually were able to do one of each. But I was gonna say, before then that happened, that because we had all of that. We usually save this for hype trains, but so much has happened today that I think we do this. Friends, thank you so much for all of the support. Whether you gifted stuff or donated stuff or just came to hang out and chill and chat, I appreciate it. Enjoy this very smooth transition back to the normal. Thank you so much. Definitely not abrupt. Thank you so much. You don't need to do that, but it is greatly appreciated. So thank you very much. Very, very thankful for that. So thank you. So smooth. Yeah. It's I every time I'm like, I should really smooth out that transition so that the music like carries over at least or something. It doesn't. It just is like, and we're done. Vibes, and now we're done.
You got bamboozled.
I level arch plady voisters.
That actually sounds pretty good. And that's actually, she's an Australian. I chose the Australian lady. So that's perfect. Shady, thank you so much for the $10. Do I need to go get oysters too? With my pizza? I actually know a place where I can do that, but I'm not going to. Ew, no. I do know of a place that has both. It's called the Rustic Goat. The pizza's actually pretty good. But why would you? That's a good point. Pizza and oysters, yeah. It's a kind of interesting combo of a place. But the pizza was pretty good. Pizza's pretty good. All right, where are we? Boom.
Suddenly,
I don't really know if I have on any other random
outside,
vids
trees
besides
rustle and sway.
the raid video. That's kind of
A
it.
breeze tugs at your hair.
We're stuck at a
as you
few.
Feel the ground below you
Yeah, I don't
shake.
really have anything else. So you guys are getting Frog.
no.
I know you like Frog better, Shady.
You know what it is. A big gift.
Just listen, yeah, just because you can, should you? But Shady, thank you so much for the $10. You don't need to do that. But thank you so much. I will put it towards my Australia trip. Can I do that? Can I start an Australia fund? Is that something that's possible? Can I add it to my throne? Now we have frogs. Are there frogs in Australia? Actually, I know for a fact there are. There are those like venomous ones, right? Or poisonous ones. What? What? Hello? I didn't even make it come back. It just went away on its own. But thank you so much. You don't need to do that, Shady, but thank you for the $10. Because of you, we have frogs.
Ribbit, ribbit.
At all. Get that. Why do they keep on appearing and then poofing out of existence? Shady, thank you so much. That is so generous of you. I'm gonna start putting it towards just I don't know. I need an Australia fund. Is that allowed? Well, I was gonna get around to sub, but Mon gifted. Yes, put it toward. Yes, perfect. I need like a. I don't know. I don't even know how I would do that. I need to have an Aussie fund though. But thank you, Shady, and thank you everybody for, again, whether you gifted or not or donated anything or not, you don't need to do that. Just thank you for hanging out with me and chatting with me. I appreciate it. I have no money. Wait. Yeah, I have no money to join the hype. So fist bump for everyone to date. And hey, no worries, my friend. No stress. Thank you so much for being here and hanging out with us, Valk and everybody. If you'd like a fist bump, please go ahead and put your screen to the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Wha-bam. I just appreciate the chats. That's all that's like, you guys know I enjoy talking with you guys and hanging out and chatting with you. That's what I love. I love playing games. We do get to play games. But I do just love talking with you guys. So that, just you guys hanging out with me is excellent. Sometimes I wonder if I'm being evil by taking away people's choice to sub themselves. No. No. You can take the $10 and get that caramel double foam mocha espresso sweat latte thing. Wait, what? Wait, do you Do you mean my vanilla caramel white mocha? Is that what you mean? That's very sweet. Okay, I was like, what is a sweat latte? Oh no. No, thank you. Espresso sweat. Isn't espresso really just bean sweat? Have you thought about that before? An espresso is just bean sweat. Prove me wrong. Bean bath water. Ugh. It's not that far off, TBH. Hot bean juice, yeah. Espresso's just bean sweat. Gross. Once I went to Starbucks and the barista said, "Did you want an espresso shot in your coffee? You look like you need it." Oh my gosh. Oh boy. I would not know how to take that. I would not know how to take that. She wasn't offering a wait, what? She was just insulting people. What in the world? Do Starbucks not put coffee in their coffee? I know, that's also confusing. I couldn't remember all the words of the drink. Yeah, no, I got to it. Anytime a barista reminds me I could put coffee in my coffee, I do it. That's so weird. Does she always do that? Is that like her thing? We did have someone a while back pop into chat and said, "Oh no, is Jet sick or has he been crying?" Neither of which was happening. And so I was like, no, it's just what I look like. I don't, this is the face you get. I can't do anything about it. That's just, look, we're a 4 out of 10 on a good day, okay? Apparently that was not a good day, but I never went back to that Starbucks again. I don't blame you. Interestingly, Starbucks is not super popular up here in Alaska. We have like 2, maybe. It's not very popular, and it's because we have coffee huts everywhere. And Alaskans tend to be more local business focused than like all that stuff, like corporate. Much love, dude. I need to go finish making my coffee. I'm not sure I'll be back. Oh, we're going to be ending here very soon. Have a great night. Absolutely. And by the way, friends, I was going to do this earlier and totally forgot, but in case you don't know, Mon has started streaming. He actually just hit affiliate. So you should go over there and show him some love, because he's awesome. I met him through Pucks, and we all love Pucks. So Iron Pucks, if you don't know who I'm talking about. People are weird about if someone looks tired. It's part of the reason I wear makeup so often. Starbucks has tried and mostly failed to crack the Australia and New Zealand markets. We're too snobbish. That's kind of that's like Alaska's thing, I think, too. Duncan is losing some ground in town. Really? Wow. Yeah, well, it's also one of those things that's like telling someone they look tired. There's no like nice. There's like very few reasons, I think, to say that. I think unless somebody is like at a point of concern, maybe you could say like, you even look tired. Like, you look tired. You're wearing the tiredness on your face. But if it's like, if you're saying hello to someone, oh, are you tired or have you been crying? Neither. I don't know what to tell you. I think I told the person to work on their introductions for next time. They have not said anything like that since, so maybe I hope it worked. If a good friend told me I look tired, fine. I hate anyone I don't know. Yeah, that's... Yeah, because you'd probably imagine, generally, if it's a friend, it's also said with some concern, like, oh, you look tired, are you okay, or whatever. But if it's like... I don't know. If it's anybody else, it's like... What do you want? What do you want from me? I've only been told that a few times, and my response is usually, "That's just my face. Thanks." Yeah, I don't. Yeah, I don't know how I would typically respond to that. No, but I've not really gotten that a lot, and I think that's part of it's just because I don't talk to people. Generally, I try to limit my interactions with people as much as I can when I'm out and about. But my default face also looks kind of angry, so I think, or not angry, just so deadpan that it's just like, I think people don't really know if they should talk to me. But I don't know. But friends, thank you so much for hanging out with me today. I really appreciate all the hangouts, all the chats. It means so much. Me personally, I wanted to huff and look insulted, but I was honestly too tired. So I was just like, yes, yeah, actually I am. You... Actually, yes. You know, that's fair. That's totally fair. Okay, let me see here. Who do we have? Oh. Let's see. Do we want Animal Crossing? Do we want Final Fantasy VI? I'm just enabling her at that point. I know, by just being like, you know, actually, yeah, I am tired. What do you want from me? Oh, man. We have one friend playing Animal Crossing. We have another friend who's playing Final Fantasy VI, the Pixel Remasters. So I don't know. Oh, I love those emotes. Why do you think I'm buying coffee? Exactly. Oh, man. I still need to finish Spy X Family. I still need to finish it. I'm behind by quite a bit. But I loved what I saw. It was so good. Do you guys have any preference? Animal Crossing, Final Fantasy VI? Also, No Man's Sky is an option. Very behind too. It's such a good show. Such a good show. I love the family dynamic. I'm here for my Faustian contract for daily energy. Give me the bean juice. Animal Crossing? Yeah, let's go to Animal Crossing then. We're gonna go to Ella's room, who we were just talking about. Currently the title says Solving the Mystery of Nook Noir. Oh, it's a Dream Address Island tour. I actually think I saw that on the Animal Crossing subreddit. So I wonder if that's what she's doing. So yeah, we're gonna go over there, but before we go, let me just give out a few quick thank yous. Scrolling back. Cursed Wombat, thank you for starting us off with a sub. Thank you so much. Hannah Na, thank you so much for the 4 months. Adrian for the resub. Gizmo for the resub. Looney, thank you so much for subbing for the first time. Electric Kitty for the follow and for the sub and for the 100 bits. Mon for the 100 bits. Bubblicious for the raid. It's Blake69, thank you so much for the follow. Mon for the 35 gifted subs. Goodness. Sassy for the $35 and Shady for the 10. Thank you so much for hanging out. I appreciate it. Thank you. And again, you know, just hang out and chat with me. You don't need to do much. Just I enjoy the chats more than anything. So thank you guys for being here and hanging out with me. I hope you guys have a wonderful evening. Let me start the raid. Again, we're going over to Ella Shroom. She's wonderful. Last time she sang to us. She's like a music teacher. And she's great. She has a wonderful, cozy community, and is an excellent streamer herself. So let's go hang out. Let's go hang out with them. There won't be any streams this weekend, but we will be back on Monday. Hopefully we get back into Puzzle Agent, but if we just end up chatting, that's also fine. That's also totally great. But friends, thank you again. Thank you for all of your generosity and for hanging out with me and making this just a wonderful time. We had many laughs. I'm glad that we were able to define my role of being Crikey Core. Also, if you have our emotes, please throw some fist bumps in the chat when we get there. It's always usually what we do. Don't really have a raid message yet, but just throw some fist bumps in there. It'll be awesome. Have a great weekend, Jet. Everyone, super fun times as always. Sassy, you too. I hope you have an excellent weekend as well. But friends, I hope you have... I guess Monday's a holiday, but we're going to still stream anyway. Oh, that's fine. But I hope you guys have an excellent, excellent day. I hope you have a wonderful time, and I'll see you Monday. Bye-bye!